Honey, someone's coming to the house. Someone's coming to the house. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
Who you call the pops? I'm gonna call the pops.
We're recording you.
No. It's okay. I'm just your neighbor. Coming by to say howdy.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, we're not used to people stopping by to say howdy without assaulting us first, robbing us, or defecating on our lawn.
Sometimes all three.
The trifecta. We're from Los Angeles.
Just moved to Texas.
I figured.
Oh, the California plates?
Well, yeah, and the masks. Inside your own house. No one else around. 2022.
We just want to be extra safe.
We feel naked without masks.
We'll probably wear them for the rest of our lives.
We'll be buried in them.
Okay. Well, you seem like a lovely couple. Like I said, I just wanted to drop by and welcome you to the neighborhood.
Why? Do you want something?
Oh, no. They're, I think he's being friendly. People around here are friendly. Like we've seen in the movies, right?
I thought that was just make-believe, like superheroes or families that go to church.
No. That's a myth. This is real life.
So, I live in that house over yonder. Name's Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. I'm Tiffany, she, her.
And I'm Steve, he, him.
What are your pronouns?
I don't believe in pronouns. I think they're reductive. In fact, just your asking about it is a microaggression.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. I'm just messing with you. I like all pronouns. My favorite is you.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Exactly. So, if you need anything, just holler. My wife and I'd be happy to help.
Baby, he has a gun.
I'm calling the cops.
I'm recording you.
No.
Recording
It's
you.
okay.
Political correctness is a manifestation of lack of fucking self-esteem because you're all cunts. Because you cunts all want everybody to love you. I don't want anybody to love me. I don't want anybody to even fucking like me. Do you think Donald Trump gives a shit what you think of him? Do you think Steve Jobs, when he was alive, gave a shit? Do you think Mark Zuckerberg gives a shit? Political correctness is a manifestation of lack of fucking self-esteem because you're all cunts.
All right, has anyone noticed this trend among some of our government experts lately? It starts off with them telling you a thing. If you question the thing, you will be mocked, ridiculed, and potentially censored. It then turns out later that the thing that they told you wasn't quite as true as they promised you it would be. And when you point this out, they revert to telling you that, well, they never told you the thing that they told you. And then when you show them incontrovertible proof that they did in fact tell you the thing that they told you, they just suggest that you should be mocked, ridiculed, and potentially censored. I can't imagine why we don't trust these guys.
Hey y'all, what's going on?
What's up?
Nothing. Bonnie wanted to get something up for tonight, and probably should have let her go. Might have had a few more people stumble in, but granted, everybody we know wants to be in this little 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock time zone. So when I was going on 5, it seemed like they'd stroll in earlier, and now it's like, I don't know if it's jealousy or just blatantly just trying to push people out. I don't know. It don't matter. There's so many damn people on here. Just we do what we do. They do what they do. What's everybody saying out there?
Sorry.
So did you watch what I sent you? Did you watch what I sent you with Roberto?
Yeah.
Do you know Roberto?
I've seen him.
He tried to.
The beginning,
He
the
tried.
middle. You can't educate cops on the Constitution.
Didn't work for him, did it?
No.
I don't know what's wrong, really. I mean, there's not a lot of things that are a lot of places that are going to recognize type of things.
Yeah. Hey, Echo. Hey,
But
Stan. Hey, Joyful. Hey, Ben. Hey, Patrick. Let's see. Anybody else in there that I ain't said? No. The rest of them are either not speaking or not here.
too bad he got arrested trying, though.
Yep. Most of them, well, since January last year, it ought to be plainly visible that there ain't no really rights much left. It's a skeleton of them, but otherwise there'd be people either let free or they'd have charges not still there for whatever.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Joyful, Standalone, Echo. Sure. Who else you got? Patrick. Benji. Guy called Texas Views with Chuck C.
Hey, Shine.
Yeah, there's other things. That right to travel, I think in some places you got to have one of those reflective triangles, you know, they use for farm equipment.
Yeah, tractors and all have on the back.
Yep, and they're, you're supposed to only travel in the day, and I don't know. Those officers knew right away that they had power over them, no matter what, and they waited for them to drive again. Did you?
Yeah, I didn't catch that part of it because I watched quite a bit I went in there and looked, and when it was
realized that they were evoking the right to travel thing. While the one officer was speaking to him, the other one snuck up behind the car and pulled the tags off the plate. All right. And said that it was because that is state property, which I do believe that's illegal. And he called him out on it. And then the one officer notified him that you are not allowed to drive, even though he kept saying, I'm not driving, I'm traveling, which it's all about the language.
Yeah.
Soon as they drove again, traveled again, they saw the two cops drive the opposite way past them. They pulled aside. And then, of course, arrested. They pretty much bum rushed him. They were just waiting. They didn't even let him have time to go home or none of that. There was some legality there. I really knew how to get a hold of Devil Dog so he could see this.
Yeah, he'd have been in help with some of that stuff, but you got to know what you're trying to say or what they're trying to do when it happens, or if you go into it flighty minded, you're going to pay for it.
If you're going into something technically sensitive, you better be technically able. It's like you better know exactly what you're saying, because it sounds like all it takes is one slip up and you done screwed it up.
Are we still here?
No, nobody here.
I never know. I got the crappiest internet around.
I don't know.
Hey, Puppet. Hey, Bray. We're here, but not all there.
The story of my life. Chuck, I want to say I love your audio avatar now. That is awesome.
Now you turn it up a little bit. I can't. What was that?
I know, I'm already glitching again. Every panel I go on now, I can't hardly hear what anybody's saying anymore. It's pissing me off.
Well, Ray's talking.
Everything else works.
Yeah, you start to talk and it goes kind of like that too. It must be something in the air or around you, or
I don't know. Is this any better?
Yes,
It's
Ray.
getting old, Chuck. It's getting old.
Well, Chuck, I love your audio avatar. Camo, good to see you. For some reason, your avatar does not show up on YouTube, but shows up here on StreamYard. That's odd. And Bonnie, what can I say? Hello. And
Hello. Whoops.
Damn it.
Camo.
Damn it. I scared him off.
it's pissing him off that he keeps glitching out so bad.
Yeah. Hey, everybody in chat.
Well, this is a cheap headset that I'm using, so I got it for free from work, so. And we all know that the government does not buy quality.
No.
Unless you're, of course, you know, they purchase a $100,000 toilet seat for Air Force One.
Looks like I got a bunch of people that got wrenches on me that I don't need to have wrenches on me. It's not like a give them out. It's like I do it to keep track of who's who, but also they're supposed to show up. They're supposed to have some kind of loyalty somewhat, but
Yeah, I don't want to get started on that subject.
I'm up here. Picture on my phone.
I found out a lot of the stuff is just weird again. And help some get to this point and you never see them.
But Chuck, too, when you start another channel, you know that there's none on the new one.
Yeah, well, but you pump my name out there. I got 700 people on mine that can see it. So, and I've been pumping it on there and saying stuff about it on there. And even some of the ones that were coming here aren't coming now. And
I thought you meant there weren't any mods in chat. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Most people in here are mods, I think.
No, okay. Well, my silly mama checked herself out of rehab today.
Well, that wasn't supposed to happen, was it?
No. This morning she said, "Oh, I stood up." Guess she felt that was all she needed to do. I'm going home.
Yeah, I've got my numbers up on this channel to 181, so. Which, granted, that's not nothing that's spectacular, but.
Was that Milo that yelled? Ray, you know you're muted. Do what?
I wondered if Timmy fell in the well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Benjamin. And if y'all do anything for Veterans Day, we had a storm, like a lot of rain and wind, and now it's freezing cold.
I went turkey hunting.
Did you?
Yeah, we ended up got honeysuckles at Walmart are 98 cents, $1.18 for butterball, but I got honeysuckle because they were bigger.
I thought you meant really. And
No, I wish, but I could, I guess, have done it at Walmart, and I'd have really got the reaction out of people.
Yes. How much did you say they were a pound?
$98 for honeysuckle and $1.18 for uh, butterball.
Butterball.
Then Jenny O, they got them at I don't know if you have Super One down there. If you buy so much, you can get Jenny O turkey. I think it's a $25 purchase. You can get them for 57 cents a pound.
We don't have a Jenny O or whatever you said, but our local grocer does that. They'll knock it way down if you buy a certain amount. Kiss off. Neat puppet. Lindsay Debs. Echo. I can't see who else here.
There you go.
Oh, why'd the cops get involved?
No, I mean it's quite a few of them. The past few times I've been on, haven't and seen them at other spots. That's what I was meaning, Deb. I know people are getting the message. It might be late, but I'm posting, even spreading it on a community page about this one now that it's open. But it's no big deal. It just makes it less interesting to want to get on here and all that. So many people, oh, you going to do a show? Well, you need to do a show, do show. Why do I need to do a show? Nobody's going to show up to it. Kind of makes you feel bad when you got all the big names want to get on there at the same time. So, which some of them are already been coming to this at this time, like prepping and stuff. He's been doing 8 o'clock shows forever, hasn't he, Bonnie?
Yes.
But our friend hasn't.
Yeah. Our friend.
He seems to be so jealous of me and you that he has to move and impede himself in whatever area we're in.
We don't do that.
I'd like to thank y'all for helping me out. Ain't my fault. Huh?
It's okay.
I'm laughing.
I know.
Even Vicky's telling me to chill.
Well,
pretty much. Got their little feelings hurt because the other Halloween group that they got to be with did something and ain't nothing ever going to fill it. So.
Hit Black Watch. Well, and that's it. We have God, and we have heart and soul, and some people don't. And we can talk religion here. And we can do caps. We don't have all the rules, and it's just it's not.
Only rule I got is don't say God's name in vain. That's about it.
Yes.
And I don't want to hear nothing about no perverted stuff with kids. Unless we're talking bad about something going on somewhere. But
yeah.
But other than that, no, I ain't going to promote no pedophile.
Mm-mm.
I was looking around I got one video, but I don't know what they would do to me for playing it. So,
well, I just saw a Hitler video being played and seemed to be okay. I don't know what.
Hey, like watch, hey, kiss off, hey, anybody I missed out of that. I think I got Deb's earlier. There's a
Yeah,
lot of folks I haven't seen in a while.
yeah. And YouTube's been messing with people too. Um,
And somebody did tell us that there's a big circle of talk about us few, and I don't know who us few entail, but I know me and you are part of them.
well, that's okay.
Maybe it's
What's
we're
the
not.
worst thing to talk about?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Ed. Holy moly.
Well, Ed,
Yeah,
you saw.
could be part of it, and the other part of it could be just dealing with the stupidity on YouTube so much. They knock everything you say.
Well, you all saw that picture from NASA of what appears to be the sun smiling.
Yeah.
That's because the sun's going to fry us all. It's happy about it. We don't have to worry about World War III or anything like that. The sun's just going to say, "Oh no, humans, you're done."
Okay, well, let's have fun while we can.
Right?
Love one another. Support one another. We got this.
Well, hopefully when God lets it happen, he gets the really, really bad ones first, so we can watch dance and fire. Not real sure, kids off. I don't pay any attention to that. I know it's just a den of iniquity and rumors. There ain't nobody there. There is somebody there. These buildings are empty. They're full. They're having explosions on top, but that's normal.
You could show that Tulsa thing because that's public news.
Let's see.
Ed, we're going to hear you giggle. It's been a while.
You don't know how many have seen it, so I'll try it anyway. Let's see.
I'm just being in a wacky mood tonight. I'm sorry, but Mama just made everybody in the family all pissed off. So guess who they're calling?
You get it right, or
Yeah, they call me. Do you know what she just did? Well, yeah, I can see. Well, my granddaughter went to visit her, and there's her ride. She just did the escape. But I can understand it because when I had pneumonia, I told the kids, I'm not staying in the hospital. If I'm going to die, I'm going to die at home. So
hell,
I came home and I told them if I get bad, stick me on the front porch because I wanted to be in the sun. I know the sun, Ray said it's fixing to kill us, but I'll also know that way back when, the ones they put in the sun survived. Kiss Up, what's Kiss Up got on live cam? Can you grab it?
I can in a second. I'm putting this up.
Oh, okay.
Tell me if it echoes.
Y'all are going to love this.
From the election board. This morning I received a call at around 9 in the morning. Allegation of voter irregularities at precinct 77. Essentially, what was passed on to me was not only a video, but information that pollsters there were not giving yellow ballots to the council race to Republicans, and that they were only being given to Democrats, Independents, and
But the
Libertarians.
volume went down now.
At which point in time, I
Oh,
contacted
there we go.
our corporal in our criminal investigations division, informed him of what was going on, and sent him to the location to begin an investigation into the facts of this case.
So before I go any further, I'm going to go ahead and play the video that was taken by the individual that gave a call to me this morning with these allegations, and then we'll go from there. If you'll direct your attention to the screen, it'll play momentarily.
Hello. Good morning. Candidate for city council, and I'm being told that Republicans are going to deny a city council ballot in polling places. Is that correct? I received 2 calls from 2 separate voters who said that they were told here that they did not need to receive a city council ballot. I'm sorry, what did you say? We got wrong information this morning. Oh, you did? So you did deny Republicans city council? So you did deny Republicans city council? Yes, we made a mistake this morning. Okay. I just wanted to be clear. They told us that under the TLS, if they had the TLS and if they had MPN, those people didn't, if they had MPN under at the end of the ballot, they don't get, if they had TLS, they do. Okay. So you did deny Republican voters the ballot for the city council? We got 29 different. And some of them will come, but they're coming back. So we can get that clear, take that straight back. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, so as you can see in the video, the individual recording enters in and informs the pollsters that he had received calls from 2 individuals stating they were denied ballots because they were Republicans. And at one point in the video, he receives clarification that 29 ballots were not handed out, but that it was a mistake. So therein begins the investigation. And what our detectives were able to ascertain is the following: that the pollsters did indeed, in fact, get interviewed and confirmed that they did not hand out yellow ballots, which were the city council ballots, to Republicans, and they were only handed out to independents and Democrats. At that point in time, one of the pollsters indicated that they were certainly aware of the mistake, but that they were following the orders of the judge pollster, who was also interviewed and confirmed the same thing, that yes, indeed, they did, in fact, only hand out ballots to Democrats and independents and not Republicans, but that it was, in fact, a mistake. The problem there is that they are all required to sign paperwork, if you'll hand that to me, Sheriff, confirming that they understand the rules and regulations of the voting process, and it reads as follows. Voters in this precinct could receive 1 or 2 ballots. All voters in this precinct are eligible to receive the white, which would be the federal, state, and county general election ballot. Voters in this precinct with TULS in the MUNI column, municipal column, of the precinct registry are eligible to also receive the yellow City of Tulsa Council runoff election ballot, indicating that regardless of party affiliation, if you were living in that municipality, you are eligible to receive that ballot. In this case, it did not happen. The judge pollster, as well as the pollsters working at the precinct, all signed this, indicating they were aware of the rules and instructions regarding the voting process. At this point in time, the information that we have received does indicate that there was voter irregularities. We will put together and are in the process of putting together this investigation to hand to the district attorney's office for consideration of charges to be filed, which could potentially be impeding the voting process and or intentionally impeding it by fraudulent measures. That will be up to the district attorney to decide which charges are going to be filed, if any at all. I would tell the general public that it is the sheriff's office intent to ensure that the electoral process goes as it should. This is a sacred process that each American, each Tulsan should have confidence in when they go to the voting polls to vote for the individual they believe should be in that particular office. Without that, there is a complete and total breakdown of the system. And I think we've seen that over the last couple of years. We cannot have that, and we will not tolerate it, and we will investigate each allegation as they come in. At this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Gwen Freeman, who heads up the Tulsa County Election Board, for additional details in regards to this case. Gwen?
Thank you, Sheriff Regalado, and thank you all for being here. At approximately 7:45 a.m. this morning, we received at the Election Board a report that the first voters in line in Precinct 77 at the Episcopal Church located at 9100 East 21st Street in Tulsa had not received their District 5 City Council ballot along with their state ballot. Let me clarify. They had received their state ballot, not the City Council ballot that should have been handed out along with the state ballot. We then contacted the poll workers at that location, told them to hand out the City Council ballot along with the state ballot. They began handing out the City Council ballots, we're told, at 8 a.m. We began a dual investigation between the Tulsa County Sheriff's Office and the Tulsa County Election Board and have determined that this has affected somewhere between 30 and 40 voters. Upon learning of the incident, the poll workers at that precinct were relieved of their duty and new poll workers were immediately reassigned. On behalf of the Tulsa County Election Board, I'd like to apologize to anyone affected by this incident, as this does not reflect the standards of this election board. We take these kind of matters very, very seriously. And this is the kind of activity also that warrants the investigation, not only by the election board, but also by the Sheriff's Office. And we are grateful for their investigation and assistance in this matter. This is also a reminder to everyone, if there is ever any issue at your polling place that you see happening and that you feel needs our attention on election day, please call us immediately and let us know so that we can remedy any of those issues as quickly as possible. We sincerely hope this does not have any significant effect on the outcome of this election, but if it's a number of ballots that could potentially affect the outcome of the election, then the appropriate remedy would be for the affected candidate to file an irregularity by 5 p.m. on Friday.
We will take any questions at this point in time.
Sheriff, do we know why the Republicans were singled out to not receive the ballots?
Well, what I can tell you is that the breakdown of the pollsters in terms of their party affiliation were as follows. One was a Republican, the other two were Democrats. The polling judge is a Democrat. That's who they take their instructions from. Now, again, we go by facts and where those facts lead us. And if this is a situation in which one party is undermining the other in a bipartisan election, by the way, then again, that's an irregularity that brings a criminal aspect to it. And that will be for the district attorney to determine whether those charges should be filed based on the evidence we provide them.
So a total of how many poll workers?
There were 3, I believe. 3. One was a Republican, the other 2 were Democrats.
What about those voters who didn't get to vote in the city council election? Did they have a chance to vote at some point? Or?
And I will let Gwen Freeman address that. I think she will be able to provide details that I can't.
So as you know, when you register to vote, you're not required to supply us with any contact information other than your address. So for these voters that we hope that we can identify without phone numbers, emails, that sort of thing, it makes it very difficult. The breakdown on those voters, as we can see, this is as best as we can find. There were 19 Republicans, 7 Democrats, 4 independents, and 1 libertarian that were denied the city council ballots. So obviously, if we can make contact with those voters, that's the very, very best thing, and have them vote before the end of the day. But lacking in contact information can deter that somewhat.
Are you hoping to reach out to you guys?
Yes. If you were at the Precinct 77 this morning and you were not offered a city council ballot, please call the election board. Let us know who you are, because we know at least the names of the people that were denied their extra ballot. Please let us know your name, and please give us the opportunity to verify that you were one of the folks that reportedly did not get the ballot, and let us help you get back to your precinct, get your ballots, and cast your vote.
When at this time, do you think there was any malice on the part of these poll workers, or just a misunderstanding of what they were supposed to be doing?
I sincerely hope there's no malice. We train our precinct officials for a full day. We give them mountains and mountains of supporting documentation, ledgers, instructions, checklists. We supplement them with, texts, reminder texts all day on election day. We give them videos that they can watch before an election to remind them exactly how it's supposed to be done. Each election is unique unto itself. Much like this requiring 2 ballots, it's different from a primary election. So we go out of our way to make sure that not only do our poll workers understand the basic Oklahoma law, but also what they're to expect, what's to be expected of them during that particular election.
Are you anticipating this will result in a redo essentially for this race?
I hate to make that sort of determination this far out. Obviously, the voting margins would have a great deal to do with that at the end of the day. So we hope, obviously, that the voters and the folks who are running aren't out that type of activity, but there's no way of really knowing until later.
Is there anyone else outside of those 3 poll workers that are being investigated? I understand they would have to learn this information from someone else. So are you looking at anyone else at all?
By understanding that they would learn it from somewhere else, I'm not sure what you
like
mean.
The paper, the agreement Sheriff showed that says they understand this. These are things that they're taught from other people. So are you looking at anyone else who might have given them some incorrect information?
No, the information that they've received from the election board is absolutely 100% correct. As Sheriff Regalado read, they were instructed to hand out 2 ballots to each of the voters, to all of the voters in Precinct 77. So our instructions and our classroom time with them has been nothing but teaching them the correct procedures and correct Oklahoma law.
And what would you say to anyone who maybe is voting in that precinct and maybe has a little bit of hesitation about their votes now?
At the moment that we found out that we were able to find replacement workers for Precinct 77, those workers the old workers were relieved of their duties. The new workers were in place as quickly as possible. They began, if you'll recall, we received the first telephone call at 7:45. By 8 a.m., we had them back handing out the correct ballots. So it didn't last very long, but we did remove the workers from their positions.
When was it the first 30 voters, period? Because with your breakdown said, Republicans, Democrats, Independent. So was it just the first?
That's what we believe, yes.
Not the first Republican voters.
That's what we believe, the first 30 period.
Okay. And also to be clear, for there to be a revote or something, it would depend on the candidate.
The candidate, if the candidate chooses to file an irregularity, which is what this would fall under, he would file an irregularity if he thought that there was enough room, in the outcome of the vote that he needed to file one by 5 o'clock on Friday. Oklahoma laws allows for that. And then, it would go before a judge next week if that were the case, and the judge would make that determination of mathematical probability.
It's up to the candidate to do that. It's not something that you guys can do.
Correct. Correct.
So at 8 o'clock, did you guys close the books so you would know what those books were, who had voted, and who hadn't, and start over so that you would know exactly?
So if you remember looking at your precinct registries, when you go to your different precinct locations, there's room and boxes in those registries. By the way, there is no political affiliation inside those registries. You can't determine Republican, Democrat, whatever. If you look at the registries, it's not evident. And there is no way to really know how you would pick out a certain party against another party. However, when our precinct officials do have you sign in that registry, they will oftentimes, in fact, every time should, make a notation in some of those boxes as to what ballots they handed out. And so that's how we're determining. So instead of starting all over in answer to your question, we were able to go back to the original registry.
Just to be clear, if people contact you, if they're within that group of before 8 a.m. voters and you know who they are, if they contact you, they would have a chance to go and vote.
Absolutely.
You can sort that out.
Yes.
Would that have to be before 7 o'clock?
Yes, it would.
When have you spoken to the candidates for District 5 and what's been their reaction?
I have not had a chance to speak to the candidates of District 5. Obviously, I feel very, very horribly about what has taken place. I mean, it's enough to be a candidate. I mean, they go through a lot, and this is something that we never want to see added to their stress level or what they have to contend with. But obviously, that's happened today.
Sheriff, what kind of charges again are they facing, or are they facing?
So let me be clear though, and because I think it may have gotten a little bit convoluted. As Gwen had stated previously, they cannot determine your party affiliation unless you ask it, which is the irregularity and where the problem exists, and that is what happened. So there are a couple of applicable charges, but that will be up to the district attorney to decide which one would be, and they both pertain to voter irregularities, impeding the voting process, if you will. And so that's where the legal issue would be, and for their determination, by the way.
Isolated to this one precinct, any other complaints?
Fortunately, we have not received any other complaints of voter irregularities, but if there are, we would encourage people to contact the sheriff's office with substantial and allegations, not just allegations, so that we can go to work on it immediately. We received this call. I received this call about 9, and by 9:05, I'd contacted Corporal Garrison from our CID unit, and I think by 9:10 they were on it. Which there was a sense of urgency here, as was mentioned earlier. This is a process that people have to believe in. And, and in terms of the voters, they have to have the confidence that their vote counted when they came in today. So that is why the urgency behind all of this. This is an extremely important issue, vital, and it was treated as such.
Any other questions?
Thank you for being here.
Ain't that something?
Yeah. Crazy. I'm looking at stuff. They're talking about all the ballots in Maricopa they brought in and what's really on them, and what they're twisting and manipulating.
Yeah. I've been hearing it all across the nation. And but I really think they should take 20 and 22, combine them, just like I said in chat. You go to the polling place. If you can't get out of your car, they bring it to you. Make sure that you're on the ledger and the numbers match the ballot and your name on the ledger in pen, and you have to show an ID. And that sheriff was turning it over to the DA, and the judge would decide. So is this the judge that was in on it?
Bad thing about it, ain't nobody getting nothing done to about any of it that they brought up since last year.
I know, and that's the frustrating part is we all know, after that movie, the whole world knows. There's no.
Kind of like a kid. You got a kid, they shoplift, and as long as they shoplift, oh, that's fine, well, whatever. Just we'll turn our back to it. It's not going to fix itself.
Nope.
That's the society we're in, though. There's no recourse for action, so
Consequences. Yeah,
there should be consequences for everything, good or bad.
yes. But that's another thing too. Like here in Texas, there's a whole bunch of rural Texas, and like Benjamin was saying, 5% was counted when they called it. I don't think that's right. I think it should be the whole state counted, and then go by that.
Florida and Texas counted 8 million votes in one day. Why can't these other little podunk places get their shit done?
Yeah.
Other than Dems make up excuses and then turn around and want to flip it on you. So basically, when they try to have excuses like saying, we should get exceptions because we're stupid. When in the actuality, they're using being stupid to do their dirty work. Got to watch how I word stuff.
Yeah, I saw Ted Cruz and Herschel Walker speaking for Georgia, and I guess they're having a runoff December the 6th. I think it is.
Yeah, give them more time to where they can cheat and get the win in. That's like, what is it? In Colorado, I'm looking at in the House. Boebert and Frisch are 50-50. Boebert's being beaten by 62 votes, and what's it say in here? Counts only at 75%.
I just don't think there's any way. I don't know. In Kerry Lake, I just.
Yeah, they're saying that they're seeing the votes, the majority, the ones that are supposed to be entered in, and they've been scanned or something, and they're 80% of them are for her.
Excuse me. Oh, really? 80% are for Kerry Lake?
Yep. I forget how many it is, but I think it'll quite cover 8,000 votes, a little less. Because I want to say they said it was like 20 or 30,000, 50,000 votes. I can't remember how many they were saying. And if it was 10,000 votes, and 80% would cover her 8,000 point gap.
Yeah. I see it. More votes than people. That doesn't say anything at all.
Oh, they're going to keep having that as long as they allow the mail-ins, because then they could say, well, tell us which ones are fake. Which are supposed to be ways to check that, too.
Oh, wow.
If they don't allow it, there's supposed to be a hologram in it, and there's one should be serial numbered. Matter of fact, it should be attached to the person it belongs to.
Yeah.
Like when I went in and voted, they scanned my license. It showed a picture of me popped up and all that.
Yeah.
That's why everybody should have an ID to vote. If somebody's got a question or a bitch about it and don't want to have an ID and want to have it, okay, you don't have that right to do that then.
Hey, Rescue.
Back in the old days when there was 100 people lived in an area, most generally everybody knew who the 100 people were when they came in to vote because they couldn't have no sneakiness come in.
That's the way it is here. Everybody knows everybody. We have to take in our voter's ID and our driver's license, and the addresses have to match on both. If they don't, they'll fix it right there because my voter ID card hasn't been changed since I moved. I just realized. And you go on the ledger with the number and it matches the ballot that you're handed, and you go to your little squared off area and it's by hand, and then you put it in the box. Of course, I'm not there to watch them count it, but
yeah,
to me, everything looks like it's supposed to that point. Okay. I was going to say, now what happened where NC Debs can't see to rescue, but she sees him now. Do you feel like you're coming down with something, Chuck?
I've had that nose stuff for a while. I'm kind of edgy today and like itchy feeling, but I'm gonna start taking a dab of that paste a day or every twice a day.
Yeah, I'm going to have to order some. It feels like I'm trying to get something in my chest. No, no, no. Hot lemonade. Oh, Black Watch. Um,
And there's all kind of people are coming on now.
going live?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, with it being Veterans Day and Friday, that kind of happens. Saw where Colorado legalized uh, the crazy mushrooms. What do they call them?
Magic mushrooms.
Yes. And I think Oregon too. Maybe Oregon already did. And other states are considering it. They even said Texas is wanting more studies on it before they make a decision. And I was like, wow. Ed, it's warm there. We're getting down. We have a freeze warning here.
Yeah, I think it kicks in tomorrow, don't it? Hey, David.
Here it's not. I need to, when my daughter gets home, I'm going to get her help me put my plants. Because I've got about 9 tomatoes growing on the vine and still got some bell peppers growing.
Me too. I got one of them purple ones. There's probably 70 of them out there that ain't ready yet.
Oh, goodness.
And a bunch of flowers on them. So I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if maybe get it in that back building back there and close it off. Maybe put some lights in there and maybe keep cold down, but I don't know how long it'll hold up. I guess I can try.
Yeah. Hey, David. Yeah, David sounds like my temperatures. It's,
Yeah, it's 48 here.
I think it's 40 here already.
I don't know how low it's got to go before it'll ruin these. I think below 45 or 42 or something like that, it'll drop buds.
Yeah. Well, it's supposed to freeze tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and bring them in. I knew it was going to be sudden. That's what I was saying last night. It's this crazy weather. 80?
Yeah, they're horse shit. They pull it makes everything sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Say we got rain 3 miles away, it says here. Oh, over.
As long as they're still breathing, I figure we're beating them because they're just... Here, try this one.
Yeah, keep throwing stuff against the walls or something sticks. Yeah, let's see. It's talking about Saturday, November 12th, 9 p.m. Central Standard to Sunday, November 13th at 8 a.m. Freeze watch. Sub-freezing temperature as low as 28 possible. Frost and freeze conditions could kill crops, other sensitive vegetation, and possibly damage unprotected outdoor plumbing. So that means unhook your hose and put whatever you got the insulator around it. And
I didn't do that. I'll run water. The hose is unhooked, but I didn't wrap it.
hell, you can do like me. I'll take an old pair of socks and fold it like inside each other in half, slide that part over the faucet, pull it all nicked around it good, then take the second sock and do the same thing, then just wrap and tie a Walmart bag around it.
Yep. Would be used blue jeans, whatever.
Yeah.
Holy blue.
Plastic bag keeps it from getting wet and then that cold transfers.
Mm-hmm.
I remember us being kids getting bad and cold and wear double socks and then put bread bags on our feet.
Oh, Rescue's not going to freeze. That's good. Yep. We don't care what we look like anymore. Just stay warm. Stick those little tabs. What are they? I don't know. They stick on and they're kind of rough on the outside. Stick those under your shoes so you don't slide.
I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the name of it. In my mind, you're a blank.
Use your mask. Is it like a hat mask? I have looked everywhere for one of those. Guess all the criminals bought them. I can't find one. Oh. David, around here, I'm afraid I'd get shot for wearing that. What is Wiki Watchy?
Who?
Wiki Watchy?
Let me see. Not sure.
Hey, Sharon.
Hey, Sharon.
Yeah. Swimmers, mermaids in Florida. Yeah, the 15th is supposed to be the big speech. There.
Yeah, I wonder how that's going to go. But
Well, I'd say it's going to be very telling, one way or the other. Thank you, Christoph. You telling. Oh, it's an amusement water springs park in Florida. Mermaids do acrobats underwater. I don't know where Dee is. I know she went to visit her mama today.
yeah, I think Dee was on the Liberty Cowgirl. I seen her a minute ago. There was one people in talking, or one people in the chat, and it was her.
I forgot they were doing that tonight. I was texting her. Whoops. I try not to do that to people when they're live. It's distracting. But I was so blown away that my mother just checked herself out. She kept saying, I'm going home today. And I said, Mama, no, it's not today, but soon, if you keep doing the physical therapy and yeah, whatever. So my granddaughter's staying out there in their house tonight. Poor thing's been using her and hell her like crazy already, and so I've been trying to teach her some exercises so she can quit doing that, because inhalers are $100 each. took my two. Did you grab that link from Kiss Up that she had?
Yeah, that was White House. I looked at it. It was so far off, I couldn't make nothing out of it.
No.
Some of them cams, that's what a lot of them, I don't even look at it because I can't tell what it is and where it is. You can see the White House, but everything way off would just be speculation trying to figure out what it is.
Yeah. I like to watch Nancy Drews. She gets up close and personal. Pretty much. She zooms into what she can. I don't know if she's ever done that compilation. She was going to do a compilation of everything odd she saw from the very beginning. Of course, I'm sure it's going to take her a long time to do it because she's going to have to go through each video. But did you see white buses? Did you see white buses?
I couldn't make nothing out in it. I blew it up and everything. It was,
Field trip for criminals. Let me go back up and see if I can. It's hard to make out anything on my phone.
I guess, I don't know if Carl got pissed off or if it just he lost connection.
Oops. See, that's the bad thing about scrolling off. Almost got your black watch. Yeah, I don't see white buses. But you're right, it's hard to, even if I enlarge it.
It almost looks like nothing really. You can see the White House, but you can't really make out exactly what anything is.
Oh, this is a live cam.
Yep.
There's a plane going over it right now. Unless to the left of it, through the trees, if that's a bus. It's next to the building. It has its lights on. It's been sitting there for 3 hours.
Could be an ice cream truck for Taterhead. Anybody ever looks at Ain't Coins, let me grab this guy. He's a YouTuber and he's got talked about a bunch of coins that are worth money that you wouldn't think be worth money. This guy right here talks about all different kind of coins on his channel, stuff like pennies and quarters with on the back, and some of them 20s to hundreds of dollars to even some of it worth up in the thousand, couple thousand or so. I thought Black Watch in here.
Yeah, it was. Okay, so if you look at the White House, there's something in front of the lower windows. White. It shouldn't be there. Okay.
Well, hell, Bonnie, if you want to put one up, I'm going to go ahead and drop this. I'm down to 11 again. People, there's other stuff going on somewhere fabulous, or people are busy. So
Between the whole building and the White House. I'll go check that out, because whatever you want to do, I know everybody's feeling just kind of the.
I'm blah, and it's like everybody's got somewhere better to be, and I don't like. It's kind of pathetic, but it's like I know there's a few in here, but I didn't do any looking, and I wasn't thinking about coming on because it's like I can't get the channel up to get more in here to make it worthwhile. And it's kind of, you'll see it if you ever have to hold your channel back. If you can't get the people in, it's kind of hopeless. Kind of like when we first started out.
The packing shower starts as another shower. You are muted, right?
Rescue and Ed are talking to each other. Excuse me a second.
Where's your card?
Chuck, maybe if you pick a time in the. Maybe if you pick a time in the afternoon, or.
I tried that too, and our buddy moves around.
Oh. Well, just grab one and consistent, and then everybody will know you're going to be live.
A lot of it is because I won't do the other. I don't have the reach, but it seemed like me putting it on there would be reach. But
Well, and sometimes I don't see a community page post until 2 days later. I've noticed that. I'll get something and I'm like, it's from 2 days ago. Because I put it on mine too.
seemed like our stuff would show quicker, but
I just need something to do from there.
Have you be careful. Oh my goodness. Who's Charlie Kirk? I never heard of him. Happy Veterans Day, rescue. Yep, that's true.
Yeah, they don't need more. They even one's talking about the vault in China that's holding a bunch of them votes. The blatant stuff that's said about, even they're running their ad campaign, calling an old stroke boy up there, making out like he's disabled, which he may be, but if he's already that sick with stroke, I thought that would possibly keep him from being able to hold office.
You would think. I mean, I wouldn't put my mother in charge of anything right now, although she thinks she is.
Yeah, thanks, Rescue. You're a good dude for all you did. Hell with anybody that says otherwise. Hell, they tar and feather and make them run through the streets for a lot less than some of them do stuff they do now. And look, we need two positions in Senate to have the power, but they got two of them they're diddling with. I was watching the House, and every time we get one that for the Republican side, we get one that's pop up on the Democrat, or five that would pop up on the Democrat side. It's like, okay, it's like click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, one to the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, one to the other. It's like, yeah, that kind of rhythm's kind of weird.
Thank you, Debs. Yeah,
Sorry.
he's been doing Dropbox watch or something from what it looked like.
I don't know if that was today or what, but I want to say it was the governor or the mayor of Nevada got his seat.
I saw something yesterday. The mayor running somewhere was killed in a car accident.
He wasn't in his own garage, was he?
It was a female, and no.
I didn't mean it as a joke. Somebody said something about a mayor died and ran into wrecked in his own garage somehow or something. I heard that yesterday or the day before.
Oh,
Like, how the hell do you die in a crash in your own garage?
You don't. That's
Either somebody talking crap or somebody bringing something old up, or who knows. I don't know.
I mean, if the garage door's shut, then you got a problem, but
Yeah, but that's a suicide instead of or supposed one.
yeah. I had a neighbor that did that when I was a kid. Hey, Josh.
Hey,
Well,
morning. It's up, everybody in chat. Happy
hopefully,
Veterans Day.
hopefully it'd go that way, Ed. But just 2 seats away to watch them do nothing like they did when they're all three was held red. I don't care who's in office. I just want them to do their job and do it right. Shouldn't be sides.
Yes.
Wasn't gonna stay in chat and try and torture myself and try and figure out how to say Happy Veterans Day. So I figured I'd come up on panel and wish everybody Happy Veterans Day.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks, bud.
You're welcome.
It's kind of like the new scarves they got out that are already fitted with a notch on them, fit over a doorknob. They're called the Hillary neck chips.
Yeah.
Or Hillary scarves. That's what it is. Guess it could be worse getting hung by the little thing on the wall that goes on the bottom where the door bumps it.
I can say stuff like Happy Birthday and Merry Christmas in chat and Happy New Year. But when it comes to like Veterans Day or Memorial Day, it's just better if I come up on panel.
It's also Sunday Day, Happy Sunday Day or whatever for ice cream Sunday. So I guess everybody should buy all your veteran friends ice cream or a Sunday, really.
Aw.
I don't know how the two come together, but I'm just wondering if they can go to Dairy Queen today and we got free ice cream.
I wasn't planning on being home tonight, but my wife set up my ride to go over to the hospital so we could get that sleep study done. And I set up everything, and she went in and undid everything. So, you know.
Oh, wow. I'm
It's
sorry,
like,
Josh.
It's like, why bother, you know?
Maybe do it just for you and
I kind of wish that rescue lives up near my area because I kind of feel that someone needs to have a serious talk with her about calling 911 because she's threatening people to call 911 on them, and it's just not right, you know?
yeah. Hi, Frank. How are you?
Yeah, I almost don't know what I think about that. Hey, Frank, Deb's about broken patriot, conservative, and fat man. None of them support me. I don't even know what I think about supporting them. I'm tired of supporting people that turn their back on me. It's happened too many times.
Becky.
We all tried.
From now on, don't support anybody that ain't in here, please.
We all tried telling
Roll me a cigarette, please.
urgency, and she's just using it like if someone's doing something that she doesn't like, it's like, oh wow, I can call the police and they'll be my knight in shining armor. And no, you know, that's not what, that's not why 911, that's not what 911 is designed for.
Well, you can actually get in trouble for making a false call to 911.
Oh yeah, I
They take
know that.
seriously.
It's just a matter of getting her to understand that.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but she's apparently is going to do what she's going to do. You can't control her, hon.
Right, exactly.
And that's a good idea, Ed.
Not me. I don't drink that stuff. It's terrible.
I've thought about
Vicky asked me if I wanted her tea from earlier. I'm like, no, I don't drink that nasty stuff. We went out to Jalapeno Tree for our anniversary and got chili rellenos. We had a big time. It was fun.
That's good.
She's the kind of person that can say, I love you 1 minute and then she'll hate you the next. And, you know, had I known that, I would have never married her.
Yeah, Debs, I wasn't knocking you on that. It's just, I'm so tired of helping these people. They get a certain point and they don't see them. So if I already don't see them, I ain't going to help them. Not because not saying I won't help real people, but stuff like that. Once you get stabbed in the back so many times, you kind of like watch it. I don't like being that way, but nice guys finish last. I ain't trying not to be a nice guy, but even in real life, I'm tired of being there for people that they ain't there for you. Do something for them 100 times, and the first time you can't, they call you a piece of shit. So
Yeah, exactly. And she's just bringing it up like I want to divorce you, and it's just like, just do it already and get it over with. If you're not happy with me, just do it.
how long you guys been married? It could be an annulment.
A year.
It's 6 months for an annulment or 3 months. I guess it depends on states too, though.
Yeah.
We've been married since October of last year.
Yeah, I thought it was a little over a year.
But this is what I signed up for, so this is what I have to do.
Yeah, Ed, I think some of them get you an Obama phone. That way, I don't think they might have a little locator in them, but
Gee whiz. I want to know where you get internet for $10 a month.
Right?
Mine is $100 a month for my internet, and well, I can hook up a landline to it. I just can't find a normal phone. I don't want a digital phone because that's just the same thing.
I have an iPhone, and I like my iPhone. But the problem with my iPhone is, ever since I updated to iOS 15, I can't read chat.
I don't. Somebody already had to tell me
called
$85 a month for Verizon. Providers only charging $10 a month.
And it's supposed to read what people put on the screen. And in the older versions of the operating system, it did a wonderful job of reading what people would put in chat. But since they upgraded me to iOS 15, they can't read what someone puts in chat anymore. So
Yeah.
they broke that feature.
Ed, is somebody stalking you?
Yeah, the way about it too, you can get those. You can put it in a chip bag that's foil lined, or you can buy them little foil lined Velcro bag and stick a phone in, and it's puts it in a Faraday cage.
Broadband for 42 megabytes. Well, Dad, you're gonna have to call me sometime and tell me about that.
I even think if you got an old style lunchbox, you can stick your phone in it and it won't pick nothing up.
Frank Stein in Florida, $19.99 for internet only. Does it work?
The thing that made me so mad is I came home, took them out, got my laptop ready, got my phone ready, made sure I had everything charged. And I figured, all right, I can do what I need to do from the hospital. Made sure I had everything I wanted to do for the night.
Yeah, Bonnie told me that when she throws it to you. Sorry, Josh.
I will.
And I waited for my ride, and I called the company that was supposed to come pick me up, and they were like, "Oh, well, your wife canceled your ride for you last night." It's like, it was nice of someone to notify me of that. But, yeah.
And so, I don't know what else you call the phones, but you know the cheapo ones that you just buy at a convenience store or whatever. Some people have a name for them.
The flip phones or the Obama phones or the
burner. Yeah. So, would they work anywhere or?
And I remember that little weird Nokia brick phone. I had that little square block.
Yep. Throw away.
That sucker picked up everywhere.
Track phones. Yeah. Throwaway phones. Yeah, those.
Me having a phone land when they tell me that I have to move up to 5G because I'm not going to get it.
No, me either.
I got 4G on this one, and I had it turned off where only 3G worked on it, and it stopped doing anything.
Yeah.
I hate 5G.
Headphones.
I hate it. Every time I go to make a phone call, it says phone call failed, and it's just like so annoying. I wish I would have stayed with my iPhone 11. I really do. Because even my iPhone 11 wasn't as bad as what my iPhone 13 is.
Oh, okay. Well, I figure if you buy it at a store like that, it's not going through a company. And if it bounces off of any tower, it doesn't matter. They're not going to know who's using it. And hey, Tom, how are you?
Hey, Tom.
I don't even know what I'm doing for Thanksgiving this year. I might just say the whole thing and go into my hand.
Do you have a place here where we live? We have one church that does a community Thanksgiving dinner. Everyone just takes a dish, and everyone doesn't have to, because the people who do take a dish take a lot of dishes. And the community meets
Yeah,
up to Thanksgiving.
yeah, we're doing that this weekend, this
Oh,
Sunday
okay.
actually.
Okay. You're not that old, Tom. I think I'm older than you, Tom, actually.
It's just
Oh,
thinking
true.
about my mom, and my mom brought me up just to say that firemen and policemen are your friend, and you got people that are like my wife out there that are scaring the heck out of me because every time they don't get their way, they end up calling the police, and it's just, you know.
Well, Josh, we see you. I don't think you're doing too much to get in troubles there in your room.
Nope, nope.
Oh, okay.
I just mostly just hang out in my room.
I'm not far behind you, Tom. Yep, there's Carl.
If I want to talk to someone, I either get up on panel or I send them an email. It's up to them if they want to email me back. I don't force anybody. I don't force anybody to talk to me if they don't want to talk to me.
Well, I've just been really busy, hun, with my mom and all that.
No, I'm not saying no.
Okay.
You're fine. I don't care. I know you have. I know you have things to do outside of YouTube with
A
your
lot
mom
of
and all
us
that.
do. And it's not that we're ignoring you, hun. It's just busy lives.
Yeah.
Carl, if you're carjacking a ship, you better be taking passengers. Well, I want to know that they have oxygen wherever you're going to.
But that's part of the reason I hate being in a group home. I mean, I've been in a group home since what 2015, and I never really communicated with the outside world that is what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
So,
And NC Debs, I don't think that there's any such thing as those anymore. Everybody's bought them all up. I'm sorry, Vicky. Did you say something?
Cat fell over here and she laughed at him.
Now they got something on my shirt.
yeah, what's up?
I'm just letting you know I'm in.
Haunted Island is for sale. Okay, let's all get together and buy Haunted Island. Minute. Where's it at, Ed? It's got to be affiliated with some country. Well, Debs, if you want me to share information with Josh, I will. Let me know.
I mean, I guess I feel bad because it took me so long to come around Bonnie and stuff and rescue. I used to come in and say hi to Bonnie every so often, but I wouldn't like stick around for very long because I had other people to talk to, and I just, decided to go my own separate ways. So here I am.
It's funny how that works, huh?
Yeah, because I used to come in and say hi to Jane, and he'd say hi to me, and then I'd just leave.
Carl, I know how to get rid of ghosts.
And then my wife got sick, and I decided to sleep out the rescue. And she stopped you, and then here I am. We're talking online, so everything happens for a reason.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, you got to powder. If you want to get them ghosts, you got to put salt out, and you powder salt, and then put it in there. When you vacuum them up, it'll keep them trapped.
I'm not afraid of ghosts. I'm afraid of the real people. I'm not afraid of them.
I ain't no ghosts.
Maybe it's a lack of trust. Ghosts I can handle.
Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters.
Yep. We'll be the Ghostbusters.
And if you're worried about them moving around your house, all you got to do is have salt across thresholds, windows, doorways.
Has anybody heard from Brianna?
Maybe that's why I don't have any. Because did you know that if you have carpet and you put salt down after you vacuum, you won't have any fleas?
Yeah, it's supposed to kill them, dry them out, or something like that.
Yep. I sprinkle salt on the sides of my cushions, on the furniture, and on the carpets, and no fleas in the house. No ghosts either.
They don't like mothballs or citrus smells either.
I'm not going to smell mothballs. Salt's cheaper and easier. No smell.
There used to be a close tree that was a ghost, but I can't remember the name of it. Jasper or something, the ghost. I can't remember.
Yeah, that was a while. Put a pinch of that in a bottle of water, drinking it.
Used to be with Popeye and Felix the cat. If anybody remembers those cartoons.
Who?
Popeye and Felix the cat.
Who was with them?
Popeye.
Yeah, I'm Popeye and Felix the cat. I thought you said somebody else, another name.
Yeah, there used to be a joke in there too, but I don't remember the ghost's name.
Casper?
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Tom.
You just got to get your legs far enough apart, Tom.
My mom and I used to have them cartoons on DVD. And every so often we pop them in the DVD player and watch them.
Yeah, and I was going to mention a 20 ounce or 16 ounce. Hey, Rescue.
Hey, Rescue.
Hey, Rescue.
How are you all today?
Happy Veterans Day.
Oh, we're trying to perk up Chuck.
I'm fine. I was talking with Carl and David. Feeling my eyes been dry all day, and I was kind of crabby earlier somewhat. I'm thinking something in this weather. All that crap running down the back of your throat.
Got all that drainage.
And then you wake up coughing like you smoked 20 cigars a day.
Yes.
Yeah, I hate that. And I don't even smoke cigars. I don't smoke anything for that matter.
You see, kiss off.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Can't afford to because I have asthma.
You got asthma? Yeah, you don't need to be smoking then.
No. That's what my granddaughter had tried to start. And like I said, she took 2 of my inhalers. And I was like, get rid of them cigarettes. or you don't get this.
A damn
Yeah,
monitor
you used to
went
have to
out.
wake up. You used to have to wake up 1, 2 o'clock in the morning because I couldn't breathe. Yeah, guess I got to go to the emergency room. Don't happen too much anymore, but still, that's not a chance I'm willing to take. The only times I get sick is in the spring and in the fall. Other than that, I'm pretty healthy.
That's all right. They told my mom for 30-something years she had asthma, and when they did her biopsy, she had emphysema when she passed away. All them years she had emphysema instead of asthma.
I told her she sounded like my grandfather, and he had emphysema, black lung, but working coal mine.
Well,
That's where her dad worked, coal mine.
That's what my doctor told me 15 years ago, and I'm like, of course, when they tell you that, you're all, what? Okay, I better have the talk with my kids and tell them I'm not going to be around very long.
That's crazy.
15 years later, no seat thing, no oxygen, no.
God's kind of cool like that. People seem to think they know everything.
Yeah. I know. My poor doctor, he was younger than me, and he kept telling me, you keep this up, you're going to die. You keep this up, you're going to die. And he passed away about 10 years ago.
Dang.
Yeah.
Messed up. That's really messed up.
I know.
Hey, Miss Vicky.
Hey. Happy Veterans Day.
Thank you, ma'am. You got the crud too?
Yep.
Biden and Fetterman 2024. It's a no-brainer.
Oh, no.
That's a fun. Both of them being stupid.
Yeah.
Dude, that shows you the scary part about Fetterman was I just thought that the time before, that people got hung up on the cage thing and the Charlottesville thing, and it's like, orange man bad. But then you just watch this, and it's like, so you guys are so bumfuzzled by the media that you literally voted for a dude who stroked out and can't even complete a sentence? Really? Wow.
That's what I was talking about earlier. Don't know if he could even keep his office.
Well, look what we got leading. I mean, it's a thing.
Well, and if Kissoff can tell me if I'm wrong, because I think it was in Pennsylvania it happened too, where Fetterman was, but I think there's a dude that got elected and he fucking died like a month ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Yes.
I shit you not. I think he died like a month before the election, but he got elected in.
Yep. I seen that rescue. I was like, holy crap.
And it's like, okay, I don't even care what side you're on, but damn, dude, when you signed a death certificate, nobody thought about, hey, I don't think he can run for that position anymore. Yeah, we probably ought to take him off. Shit, no, let's just keep it going.
Yeah. Don't get mad at me for saying
You can
this.
vote by proxy.
Having a dead weight on your ballot. Come on.
Okay, wait. So the dead can vote and the dead can run and win. We're in okay, we have got to get our country back. This has gone into psycho land. It is too crazy for me even.
Hey, y'all were just talking about a haunted house on an island. See, maybe that's the secret White House. That's where all these ghosts are starting to fucking elect their own shit in, and they're going to take us over in a spooky way. We got the dead voting in the dead, and it's like, wait a minute, this is really getting weird now.
I told Chuck if old Bortwez were gonna move, and I thought about it. I was like, hell no, I'm gonna be that man's worst nightmare if he's one. I'm trying to get his ass up out of there any way I could.
Yep.
I didn't check on Crenshaw. Did he make it?
I don't think his state was going, was it?
That's us. That's Texas. Yeah. I don't know if he was on it. I know he's one of the ones that we got to get rid of.
Yeah.
Here we go. I just seen this come in that we're 49-49 in the Senate.
Wow.
Democrats got Arizona. Imagine that. They said a bunch of them just came in, and majority of them, the votes they put in are for the Democrats. But tomorrow will be all Republican.
Oh, dude, they're not fixing it. Anything positive for a Republican, they're not going to say.
No.
So if they start telling you an overabundance of negative shit, that's because there's some positive shit for Republicans. It's like all this Trump shit and how, all these Trump endorsed ones, they failed. No, actually, they didn't. A lot of the key ones on the lower levels came right in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they're not going to tell you that. They don't want you to think that there's like, a little bit of change coming. That's why they're trying to make fun of the red tsunami, just a little ripple. It didn't do that bullshit. It did a lot. And you watch Curry Lake flips Arizona, buddy. It's on like Donkey Kong.
Well,
she'll bring out 2020. 2020 will then become answerable.
And that's what I was saying earlier. We need to start all over. Have it, all of it on the same or two different, whatever, 20 and 22. Revote in person, IDs, the works. There's.
Well, and man, the districts, and that plays such a big part. I mean, yeah, the House and the Senate, but these little areas, because that's how they're shifting power in these states and these areas. They're coming in and people are going, oh, and it's like here, and okay, around here, people would be focused on Harris County or Dallas or Austin. Well, then you're not paying attention to like Lubbock or Barlow or Baston or any of these little bitty podunk places. But then all of a sudden they're going to flip one day, and then it's like, well, wait a minute, what the hell? That's how that shit happens.
Yes.
I remember watching my dad vote.
So now we're stuck for fucking December for Nevada and Georgia runoffs. They give them a whole month to get it set up.
Well, I hope that for anybody that listens to this now, don't repeat the same stupid shit that people fell for before with the Georgia runoff before. They kept promoting how, see, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. And sure enough, this is where people need to show up.
Well, I saw a clip of Ted Cruz and Herschel Walker. They were really giving a speech to the people in Georgia, and the people in Georgia, I mean, they were talking about everything too, not just their local. It was everything going on, and
that's it. But there's potential of good shit to come.
Yeah.
And that's why I hadn't even thought about, wasn't even going to get up here, and Kissoff just had to bully me. But I'm going to let the dust settle. Just like I said before, and it's like Arizona. Oh, dude, you're fixing to hear all kinds of crap. As a matter of fact, I personally, the more crap I hear, the better I actually feel, because then that means that's the more freaked out they are.
Yeah. Did you see the video Chuck showed from Tulsa, Arizona?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh, really? I knew that. Tulsa, Oklahoma.
I know. I'm sitting here looking at his website, how they're cheating in offices.
Yeah, my sister lives in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and she's a leftist big time. I'm hoping it wasn't her that did that crap.
What one of their polls, a guy. Sorry, Vicky. A guy went in.
Oh, sorry.
With a camera, and I guess they had a separate ballot for their city council. Anyway, the first ones were not given. Well, okay. First, it was said only the Democrats were getting the 2 ballots, not the Republicans. And then they said, well, none of the first people got the second ballot, but they removed all the poll workers that were in there and replaced them. And the guy that was filming it called the sheriff. The sheriff, they investigated immediately, and it was taken care of. Now it's up to the DA and the judge to decide. Decide my foot. There was a judge in on it too, so it's like, and they said it was only, I think, 19 people that it affected or something like that. I don't know.
I just noticed too in the house just made a big jump, and it jumped up 10 for the Dems, 10 seats for them, and 2 seats for the Republican.
And their judges in Tulsa are crooked as shit.
Like I was saying earlier, for every 1 point to Republican, 1 seat to Republicans get 5 Dem seats get popped in. It's kind of weird that it's been that way since 120s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're a woman in their criminal system, you ain't got a chance in hell in Tulsa. For some reason, that state does not like women.
Yeah, I figured that out.
We need 7 more for the majority to have a majority on the Republican side. And that would take let's see, 1 5, but 12 to 4, then 13 to 9, 14 to 14. So about 3 points in, they'll be tied up. That the red gets.
Oh wow!
If they go to that extreme, there won't be a majority, I don't think.
Mm-mm. When they can't write the number on it in pen, that's.
Son, I took my ballot. I took that pen. I commenced to coloring in. I did like an IHOP drawing map on that damn little ballot in that rectangle box with that pen, buddy. There wasn't a white little speck in that rectangle. And we will not be confused over this piece of paper. I can tell you that. And I commenced to go.
And they're still counting votes in California.
Yeah, but we can do 8 million here and in Florida in a day.
How in the hell did Gavin win again? Oh, good God.
Brian Babin?
Them people are destined for punishment.
Newsom in California.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. At some point, man, I mean, I try to be empathetic and compassionate, but it's like, holy shit, dude, really? It's like, I forgot what they said earlier. There's 5 states or something that all passed laws to late term abortion. Pass that, legalize it.
Oh,
yeah. Pennsylvania was one of them, wasn't it?
I think so. And you just, you wonder kind of what goes into thinking of it. It's like, so, I don't know,
Montana was another one.
it's a sad world.
Yeah.
Well, and then they put, like when you get your ballot, it says section whatever, but
Oh, never mind.
it
I don't
doesn't
need
tell
to
you
do that.
exactly what that section is. And that's where I kept warning people. Can't remember if it was Michigan or Wisconsin, where they were voting on that section. I think it was section 2 on their vote that was about that.
Oh, wow. Did Chuck show you that video, Bonnie?
Hey, Tito.
From Tulsa?
Mothers Against Abbott.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Jeez.
Mothers Against Abbott?
Yeah, it's about the abortion.
Stupid ass.
That has been a law here for 2 years now.
Well, hold on. I'm sorry, Bonnie, but so Mothers Against Abbott, but don't they understand that the term mother meant that they should be teaching their child how to keep their legs closed and not blaming something else? That's part of being a mother.
It's a oxymoron, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like,
I couldn't believe it. I was just
That's what I'm saying. Okay.
The stupidness is going to be our downfall.
Here you go, Bonnie. I'll send it to you.
The haunted island's sounding better.
What's a devalue of human life? I mean, and what's ironic though is most of all these little street stompers and little sign wavers that are throwing Molotovs and all this whiny shit, if you were to go and open hand one of them little shits, they would be whining and bitching and run to the nearest person wanting them to do something to you.
Yeah.
But yet they're not supposed to be accountable for shit.
Yeah, even though they caught your porch on fire.
You can't do nothing about it.
Well, what was that? A few years back, a couple years back, it was the rioting shit, and I can't remember if that was Portland or Seattle, because hell, all the shit was going stupid. But there was a dude that actually went to jail from his living room because they were outside his house on the sidewalk, threatening him and chanting and doing all their little shit. And he got his shotgun and through his living room window. They saw him, so they called the law, and the law came and said, well, they could see you were threatening them from inside.
Oh my goodness.
It should have been peeking in his fucking windows.
I'm like, wow.
Yeah, isn't there a law against that one too? Like a Pig and Tom one or something now?
They're just so crazy shit.
Well, it was Portland that closed down that whole area and wouldn't let first responders or anybody in. And
no, that was
killing
wasn't that over in Chicago? That was the Chaz and Chad zone. They were even too freaking confused to even could figure out what name they wanted to call their own shit.
Devil's lurking strong, strong, strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where them two boys that went through that neighborhood, that little zone part, then they got shot.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just, well, and I will say though, it's like you got people, me and my wife just talked about this a few minutes ago because there's some people at her work that were talking about not voting and shit. And it's like, so at what point do people need to be accountable for what's happening? You can only point fingers so long before at some point there's people involved. And it's like people that didn't vote. And it's like, well, you don't vote, but yet I bet you're out here griping about shit. So does that become part of the system that's against us? Or was it the fact that not enough people got up and participated?
Yeah.
That's what you kind of just, because I was forward when she told me that too, which it's not really shocking because I won't say much more because YouTube would definitely, that would be perceived as way wrong if I went to voice that 2 cents opinion. But where she works is a very an isolated area, so there's a certain mentality that comes out of that particular area. Their followers.
Chad was in Portland.
Or it was important?
Look out.
Seattle closed off 2 blocks.
I know that's the Portland where they even lit the damn dude. I mean, okay, come on. Now, if you just doesn't tell you batshit crazy, you're the mayor of a city. You're pretty much giving this radical batshit crazy little bunch free reign. They still don't like your ass, so they come to your building and they light the lobby on fire. And what do? You move, and then you back them some more. It's like, I'm sorry, what?
Yep.
They just tried to roast your ass from the lobby, homie. Don't you think you might want to step up a little? I don't know.
But yet they still
They're just really upset
too.
Crazy.
I'm telling you, stupidness is going to be our downfall.
Yeah. And
I just want to put my head back down and go back to raise my kids again or something, because somehow that little 20-year gap, I thought that was rough, but I'm starting to go, I don't know. I just didn't go back to that again.
Right. And Tom's question, a lot of people were talking about not voting because they knew it wouldn't make a difference anyway. And I think that's...
And if that's what they did, they don't have a right to say shit.
And that's what he kept saying, vote like your life depends on it. Even I posted that because it does. And I know we had a major turnout.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Good, huh?
Hey, what's up, Cole?
I don't know. Restarted and all that. See if that helped.
I just realized the chat. My chat was
Hey,
all froze up. I didn't see nothing until all of a sudden, Bunny, you were like, yeah, Tom's question. I'm going, what? I don't see Tom even saying anything. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Refresh. Sure enough, it's been just froze.
I know I got friends that can't vote because they're felons or something, or and there's the ones that don't think that it does any good, which they're not wrong, but they're not helping. And then there's like all the resistance that we've received over the last couple of years. I believe a lot of that is people that aren't even old enough to vote. And I think there's some of that aren't even in this country. And if they are, they're not legally here. So they shouldn't have any right to anyways. And I think that's that whole line, the line has been blurred. As I hear they're not even checking IDs or nothing in a lot of places. Whereas, if I go there, they hit me up, man. They want to know. I had to go through some hoops, in fact, a couple years ago to get it done, and it's just, I think there's a lot of variables on that. And then I was thinking, because I've heard this discussion before, does somebody have the right they don't vote? Well, I suppose if they're or an anti-patriot and they participate other way or whatever, whether they pay taxes or they donate or community or whatever they're doing, I guess it just they don't have a right to say that they were doing something about it. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
They got the right because they're American, and whether they like it or not, but being an American, you have the right to have that opinion. So yeah, technically they got the right, although it's a chicken shit ass opinion to want to bitch about something that you're not going to participate in. So I'll call them out on that, but yeah, you got the right not to vote.
Yeah, there has to be, And I tried to tell everybody to go do it, but I'm not cutting on anybody. I don't want to belittle anybody. But I know even people in this community said, I ain't gonna bother. It doesn't do any good. It doesn't mean nothing.
Yep.
Well, to me, that was like saying you gave up. Because what if this is a big sting? It's a final round, and it's going to be a knockout blow, and they needed to see it. So that's the way I was thinking.
Well, I don't know. It's kind of like,
I will blame.
it's like being mad at something. If you're not trying to make it any better and all you're doing is griping, well, that's just part of the problem. Well, to me, that's the ones that don't want to vote because, oh, it's crooked. I don't want to vote, but I'm going to spend the next 364 days saying how this senator's bad, this representative's bad, this DA's bad, this judge is bad, this law's bad. Everything said I could have voted. And while it might not have mattered, who knows? I don't know if my vote mattered. All I know inside is that I casted that ballot. And so as far as I'm concerned, my skin's in the game.
Yep.
You're going to hear my 2 cents on it.
And if you didn't help whatever ideas you had or whoever you wanted in, you helped the other side.
That's it. Because one thing about not voting is you are powering them up by not voting.
Last time rescue, here I was in a red area, real farmland, 2 years ago. And everybody there, was doing it. And then I saw on that data that they released, Pillow Man released the first one. And it said, in some of that, it basically said that they took all ours and just flipped them.
Yep.
Well, look at it for I just read something too about IDs in California. Well, look at it this way. If you get food stamps, disability, welfare, you get a fishing license, you get a hunting license, any of that shit, you got to have an ID. There's no damn excuse for it.
But see, do you have to over there in California, though, Chuck? I mean, do you have to? Or is that one of them places where they're like, just do whatever?
No IDs are checked in California.
There ain't even no hunting, I don't think, in most of California.
That's what I was going to say. Do they even hunt and fish? I don't know.
I never see anybody doing it there. That's why I just thought about that.
I think they're too busy watching the pole dancers and don't know what sex they are.
I know my brother comes here to hunt.
I know in Ohio, hunting season, that was like a holiday.
That's the way it is in Texas, too.
Kids, they literally let the kids go with their parents. And they'd have that week off if they wanted it.
Doggone, you got me do that later. Find out what states, if there are any states that don't, and what ones they are.
Hey, Deanna, she showed up.
Hey, D.
What's up, D?
You all done with the chicken coop rescue?
Well, actually, I was going to work on it today, but then we had this rain shit come in, and so I'm probably out of the loop for a day or two, but I'm getting closer. I got the doors on. I don't know what I'm fixing to do. I've got to figure out a way for these wheels to go on, but I'm figuring something out. I wedged it up so I can lift the corner of it.
Go get it done. You're rescue. You can do anything.
Well, I used to tell myself that. And actually, I have a bad habit. I still have a tendency to say that to myself. And then I lay in the bed going, I don't know what the hell I was thinking and telling myself that. But that's usually what happens nowadays. Yeah, I'll figure it out one way or another. I've had some ideas.
It looked done in that post you made last I saw.
Oh no, I got the nesting doors on, and I got the coop door on, the main door. Jeremy and Nikki came over, so I got the roof on now. But I've got to finish the little hog panel parts in the front to do the hardware cloth. That's going to be like their roaming area. And I will say, because some people, I think, you miss some of what it was, but it's called a chicken tractor. I'm not explaining any of that. Look at it. Don't have a clue. I'm just learning about them. But
I got it. It's a portable.
It's the idea is to contain it. So they have their coop and they have a grazing yard, but it's all self-contained from predators, and you can move it so that then that way you don't end up with the beaten up dirt, chicken shit infested, just bare dirt. You can move it and help fertilize garden areas, and that's my goal.
Oh,
is to do it to where I can fertilize a section of the yard over a few months, and then next year I'll be able to maybe plant a garden there.
Yeah, because if you leave it in one spot, chickens will peck at the dirt. Nothing. It could be anything out there, and they'll.
Yeah, and that's why I did this, because I'm in that chair, and that's what I told my wife is like, well, shit. Within a few months of having this, if it's stationary, I'm just going to be sloshing, be driving in the mud, and then I got to come up with some kind of wash station. Otherwise, I'm bringing the shit in the house.
Chickens will peck, scratch out a briar patch.
Well, that's why I did this little contain thing. Although I was talking on the phone the other day, and when I was sitting out there, what was I doing? I was measuring. I was measuring the wheels and kind of how I was going to do that. And as I was sitting back and I look at that, I got to say, I have no idea why I did that thing as big as I did it, but I'm there now. But this is just because this is what Brian does. Brian says, "Oh, you got that problem? Well, okay, we're going to fix that problem. But this could happen, or this could happen, or this could happen. So let's just go ahead and do this." And then next thing I know, I end up with some little hurricane chicken coop. And it's like, well, all I really wanted was a box and a little yard for them to walk around in. But oh well. Here we go. Oh, I wanted to show you all this. Check this out. I found this earlier today. I was rummaging because I know I have a box of hinges around here and latches, and I don't know. Anyway, I was like, well, that's just cool as shit. So I found an old ass sewing machine. So this is an old, well, the photo probably won't do it justice, but
looks like about a 1960s. Yeah, I was going to say it looks like it's like late 60s, maybe early 70s.
Oh, well, speaking of the devil, there's the coop. So I got the side door on now. But yeah,
that machine's at least got all metal gears.
Oh yeah, watch. I took one of the bottom. There's the back. Look at that old ass electric service. Dude, that cracked me up.
That looks like your mom.
Sort of looks like
There's
my
the
mom. It's hers a little different. I'd have to go take a picture to see it.
And then there's the bottom of it with the thing. And then I don't know that I didn't get that one. Did I do it again? No.
Is yours built in a desk?
Yeah, it's one. Let's see. So like, you can see the hinge on the bottom. Let me do that other one. So like, there it is. See how that's got that container?
Yeah.
And then over there where the red spool is, that's like a little tray. Well, then that machine will fold down on top of there. But then there's like a cover that goes over the whole thing. So then it's kind of like a suitcase.
We got the same one.
Kind of like, looks like it's kind of like a trap door that covers like a bar when they have the bar part that'll flip back to go behind it, and then it flips back.
Yeah. Matter of fact, whenever that one's closed, you can't see it from that angle. Right. Come on, one more. Damn, did I not show it? Yeah, there. Well, you can see that little lever right down there to the right by the trash can in the picture.
Yeah.
You can see a little bitty lever right there where you swing that, and then that machine tilts back on hinges.
Yeah, the one we got, it looks like a desk, and then you flip it, and
You flip it up, and in the front, it's got a door that opens on the bottom where you can put like thread and bobbins, but it'll swing way around. Then you can grab the top and flip it over, and it'll sit on top of that door. It looks like your old bar. You remember bar top? So they close it down, and you had the open bottom, but they had the bar that would cover up. It had a huge ass piano hinge on it.
Yeah. See, now she used to have one. My mom did, and it was I think that was a Singer because it had the foot thing down below it too.
yeah.
Yeah, got me want to go look at that and show y'all what it looks like.
There's like black wrought iron, I think, or something underneath there. Or something looked like that or something. I don't know, but
they used to call them treadle machines where they were foot pumped.
Yeah, okay. Because it was like, man, you had to sit there and she would sit there and work that bad boy.
Yeah. And if you don't have any bobbins to run, I'm sure I got extras. They take a specific. I got a jar.
We went to a little auction house they have over here every Saturday, and one of them had an old sewing kit that had all that stuff in there from, that this sewing machine uses. Me and Chuck got it.
Generally speaking, the sewing machines use different style or size bobbins by just universally use them. When it comes to home machines, when it comes to machines, they go by a letter type. I have G style M, but there's M's and H's and all different spun bobbins you can buy. But the sewing machine the size of the one Rescue just showed, mine's 135 years old. It doesn't have the same style bobbin. It has a long and thin spool about the size of a fat pencil. And when you wrap it, it actually is about 2 inches long of rolled thread instead of like a cylinder bobbin. It's an entirely different setup.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Lily.
Hey, Lily.
I think there's another one up in the attic, but I ain't getting up there. So.
Well, you get them out and you start messing with them, Rescue. You need some information. Get a hold of me, man. I'd be glad to help you.
I wish I knew somebody that could use them.
Well, I've taught a lot of people how to, and I will say that it's not for everybody. Like the decks, it's not dexterity, but some don't have like eye to hand coordination like some people do. There's probably multiple factors involved, but I thought about doing a little video to help people. In a lot of cases, even the elderly will have it'll wad up thread in it or something, and they can never figure it go again. And it's one thing to know how to sew going. You got to know if it's out of time. You got to understand how to change the needle and how to have it right when you replace it. The tensions for both from the top and the bottom have to be absolutely correct. So you gotta be able to tune that as well. So there's some machine knowledge involved when you're doing a lot of sewing,
Carl trying to make it sound like you're supposed to know what you're doing when you got a sewing machine. And by the way, Chuck, I just looked over and you still have me on full screen.
He ain't even in here.
Like, damn. I didn't go live for a reason. Ma'am?
I said, I'd take you down, but I don't know how.
Well, I'm going to let everybody look at my helmet for another moment till he gets out the pisser or whatever.
Yeah, he's taking pictures of that sewing machine. He wants you to look at it.
Does
I
it
never learned how
have
to
a,
crochet because nobody would teach me because I was left-handed.
is the cover that closes that up, Vicky, is it black and white and kind of like striped looking?
What's that? That sewing machine?
Yeah.
No.
Or is that the one that's in the desk?
That's the one that's in the desk.
Okay.
It's actually pretty cool.
I think there's like an interest in sewing right now. I think it's brought on from the end, where people are looking to do things for themselves. But like 30 years of my life before I could get sewing machines for $20 a piece at yard sale everywhere. In fact, there was a time about 15, must have had about close to 100 working sewing machines, giving them to me. I can't handle that many machines anymore. But I used to have, 15 or 20 industrial sewing machines because I'd find them really cheap up, sell them off. Oh my goodness, you can get into something as bad as filling your back field with cars.
Oh yeah, I used to have one of my computer customers. There was an embroidery shop, and I actually used to get a kick out of watching the hat ones because of just the way the automation and the setup and everything of it. But they'd have that had like all these little hat ones on one wall, and then they had these embroidery machines, actually 3 rows of them on this other wall. And they were steadily going to town, boy. They'd do that little G code for their patterns and all that shit, and then little deals would be going landed in there. The little hat ones. It was pretty cool. I like automation because that to me it's like the games. Remember the knocking things over, you stack shit up, and the puzzle kind of things. I just like that shit. I like automation stuff, so I like making shit work. That's a sewing machine is like a classic example. I'm going to punch a hole in this material, and I'm going to use this thread, but I'm not even going to touch either one. I'm going to automate all this to wrap the thread right here, and then I'm going to either turn this wheel or I'm going to hit this pedal, and it's going to go.
You ought to hear the history of that. The history of that changed the way. It's funny you're saying this because you ever heard that thing? It says, "Do for a living in the most wrong way you can say it." Well, some things to fix them. Anyways, back in the first sewing machine rescue, they had to put the fabric in a die of length and run it in the machine, take it out, remove the fabric from the die, replace the die, put it back in another 8 inches. And that's how they'd sew, 8 inches at a time. It's limited. And then they went to what's seen on a grain bag or a dog food bag, and you pull the thread, it'll all zip right apart. Ever seen that?
Look at that, Carl. What is that, a Nietzsche?
Yeah, NECCI, CHI, NECCI.
Oh, wow. What is that, like 1940s, 1950s or something?
Hard to see from my angle.
Damn it.
I know. It doesn't work right when you want it to.
I need to take a picture off of here and
see. That's bad, eh?
Damn, the pictures were not washed out like that.
Ones too, right? They make them with needle. They needle like the size of 16 10 nails.
Yeah, that whole side going that way folds out and it becomes a big desk. Oh, wait a minute, it might help if I shrink the picture down. Here, I'll send them to here, and then way I can put them up here with stupid ass shit like this. Have you ever heard of NECCI?
Yeah,
CHI.
yeah, yep. If you were to Google, China in the 80s and 90s, you'd see factories, rows of people all behind them.
Yeah, I know this thing was around when I was a kid in the 60s. And I don't know how long before that. I think it was my grandmother.
Me too, Carol. Me too.
There's like 100 well-known so Fa, and Conso. I'm sure you know the singer, but then there was like Kenmore and Royal, and I mean it just goes on and on and on. And it's mint condition, old sushi. You'd think it'd be really isn't. They kind of top off at value for their usage. Strangely enough, they had China and Japan that wanted antique sewing machines. So if you had perfect little singers with all the gold pinstriping all on black, and it was perfect, if not thousands of dollars for it from Japan. Selling it to somebody there.
Oh goodness, Lily. I just saw that, Lily. Y'all stones. That's bad. I'm sorry, ma'am.
And my nutritionist gives out something. It's a supplement, and it dissolves gallstones, kidney stones, all natural. Took some to my mom, but she wouldn't take it. I doubt if she even opened it.
Just don't take the one that Fetterman took. That's the one that kills the brain cells. Sorry, bad joke. Bad timing.
Was it natural, or was it prescribed?
Oh no, well they say stroke, so could have just been an abuse, and that's an excuse. But I don't know.
Oh.
Sorry, I've had my head down. I'm multitasking and not very good at it. And
Yeah.
it was a bad joke.
Dee, when I go to my mom's, I'll see if I can find it. She probably threw it away, and my friend might know the name. She had gallstones, and it got rid of her gallstones. Whatever it was.
Matthew, I subscribe to you on my backup channel too.
Do what, Josh?
Good to see you.
I subscribe to you on my backup channel.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
On my backup account. I'm looking to get
Are you
that
pushing the
channel going.
boundaries, Josh? Are you pushing the boundaries, or are they on the verge of taking you out? Are you Fortniting too much?
You never know what you do.
This is true. This is true. You never know.
Do you ever get to the 5th night?
Nope.
It's the one after the
I
fortnight.
haven't been playing a lot of. Yeah. I haven't been playing a lot of Fortnite lately because I don't have the. I want to get a second webcam, and I just haven't gotten around to doing any of it yet.
That's the one we got right there.
Yeah.
Yes, Dee, my mother is quite naughty. I just talked to her, and she does not sound good. She should not have left that place.
I would be much the same way.
Oh,
I know. I would too.
Fight the power.
Yep. That's what she was said. They were giving her some kind of pills, and she didn't know what they were, and they were saying they were vitamins, and she didn't believe them. And since we know that all of this was brought on because of a reaction to the antibiotics, and she has nicely passed down the allergies to me and my kids, so I can understand her not wanting to take something that she doesn't know what it is. She said she would go somewhere else if she thought she needed to. So we'll see what happens. I'll find out what it was for y'all and give y'all the name.
Revert back to your childhood. So if I ever ended up in one of those selling joints from my socks, you know, carrying them in my sock piece, and then sneaking out back to smoke and get away and skip.
Yeah.
Talk about. Go ahead,
The one we looked at for my stepdad has a 12-foot fence so that nobody can climb it.
Oh, there you go. Little concentration wire on top.
I don't know if they went that far, but I was like, man.
Challenge accepted.
Check this out, Chuck. This shows you the important shit. I found this was an old ass book, just to show you how old it's been sitting out there. This is an old Keystone pipeline back. These were log books you used to use offshore. But just to show you my priorities back in the day. So see, this is when I was like on a platform. So it's like jet fuel and the East Crane, West Crane, gas generators, sounds like important shit, right? But as you can see that on break, apparently back in those days, the Mortal Kombat codes were pretty freaking important back in those days too, because I had those right there in that same book. I was flipping through that and I saw that and I went, oh yeah, shit. There you go. Yeah, look, there's all the paraffin stuff. And
what were you, like a motorman on there or something?
The bee operator.
Wow.
I had a buddy wanted me to get into working oil field. He told me he can get me into all my mechanic experience, get me into the motorman. He goes, they pay more, you got more responsibility, but you don't do a lot of stupid shit unless you have to go up and fix something.
Well, see, he already was steering you down the wrong path, Chuck, because he was still talking about oil rigs. And if you want to make the money without all the dirt and grime, then you go on the natural gas platforms, because then you don't have to play with all that other shit.
Yeah.
Check this out. This is the old pipe fitter's blue book. I guess that's been buried in a box for a couple of years. Yeah. That was back in the day. I found some. Actually, these are the books I went and pulled them out. There's Essentials of Firefighting. Here's another one. Firefighting Practices and Principles. I got some other training ones. Oh, this is back in my fishing days. Check that one out. That's Bassmasters. That's the Advanced Bass Fishing Skills. And it's funny because I have this book and it does all these stupid little ways of fishing with all the lures and all the crap and like this.
Yeah.
And you know
So,
what? I don't use a damn one of them.
Rescue, I've heard, I've been around a lot of firefighters growing up and all that. I've heard this more than once from different people. I wondered the same thing because when people say, "Oh, I want a firefighter," the firefighters themselves always ask them this one, and then shoot them down. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm going to assume, because I'm filling in the gaps, that you talked to several firefighters and that there's a question that they ask people and they can shoot them down based off of the answer. Does that sound like that was probably the right phrase?
Yes.
Hey, see, I can piece that
They
shit
always
together.
go. Would you? When they say if you want to be a firefighter, they go, "Would you save somebody?" Is the first question they ask.
I'm gonna say, because I really don't know what that question was, but I know for me, I'll look at anybody and go, "Are you gonna run into a burning room to get somebody? Are
Yeah.
you willing to do that? Are you willing to put everything down and run into the burning room?"
Carl, I found that sewing machine. It's 1955 Italian made. I think it says right here. Let's see. Yeah.
But you were breaking up, Carl. That's why I couldn't tell.
1955 circa Italy. Yeah.
But
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even
All right.
have to ask the
Rescue.
question
They always
anymore.
said. They always ask. Lose my thing again. They always ask, "Hey, would you to save somebody?" And then the person says, "Well, yeah." Then they say, "Well, then we don't want."
I guess I missed
Cut out.
I don't know why
Am
they
I
would
cutting
say
out on you guys?
You said
You're doing that. Wow.
I hate this, man. I can do anything else. As soon as I get on a panel, I get bull crap.
And that
Can
was
you hear
just
me now?
yeah. Convenient. Yep.
Anyways, let me try, and then I'm out of here. Rescue. They always say, if you want to be a fireman, life to save somebody else. And if they say yeah, then they say they don't.
Some cigarettes.
So do you want to save somebody else?
No, it's because they don't want your life to save somebody else. They want you to save some life, not risking your life.
Oh, would you risk your life to save somebody?
Well,
then they say,
yeah,
I've heard I get
than
that.
one.
I get where they're going with that, and it'd probably be the department around here. To be honest, I wouldn't even ask. Hell, right now I'm already having words with my own because of some stupid ass banner because they say, "Become a hero, volunteer today," and it's like, well, first off, just because you're happy ass volunteer for something doesn't make you a hero. That's just doing your damn duty.
Yep.
Pisses me off. But everybody wants the little lights. Everybody wants the Gauze box. Woo, look at me. And it's like, oh, whatever. You piggyback riding dipshits ain't got a fortitude to do nothing.
thank you. That's the way it's gotten here. And it's all about getting on the TV or getting in the newspaper.
And so many people want to ride the coattails of the people that on a lot of different job titles, a lot of job descriptions. There's a lot of respect and honor given to certain job titles and roles that were earned, hard earned, and that are being piggybacked off nowadays by damn couch potatoes. I'm sorry, but when you got a house that burns down to the ground 2 blocks from the actual house, firehouse, you have some issues, Buckley. You just got issues is all I can say. Might not like it, but there you go. 2 blocks.
Excuse me.
2 blocks. Because they were busy playing politics on who got to sit behind the steering wheel of certain trucks.
Yeah, 2 blocks. They could have put a hose together and drug it up the road with enough people and got to that.
Yep. Ronan, I personally no, and that's always a running joke down here. It's like, so I don't even know where maybe in the city because, you know, the city is where all the weird shit always starts. Ronan said, do firefighters really save cats out of trees? You always hear that, but I don't know anyone who called the fire department for that. And the city might. Some of them bigger cities, like up in the Northeast and stuff. What is, Josh, you ain't got to turn into no grifter, are you?
What's that?
What's D talking about? D said, Josh, do not turn into a grifter. You hear me? What are you plotting, Josh? Are you plotting? Are you plotting and planning?
Yep.
What are you doing? Are you going out there to conquer the whole Fortnite universe?
Nah. I don't know when I'll pick that back up. Because I want to start my other channel up. So.
What is it, D? I missed something with that. Something grifting check.
If I'm gonna start the Fortnite channel up again, I gotta get another webcam.
Can I get oh.
Because I don't want to keep taking the webcam in and out of the computer and switching them back and forth.
So, okay. So your Josh Fortnite gaming channel, you're not going to do that no more? Now you're going to do a different channel?
No, I'm going to do the Fortnite channel, but I'm going to have the webcam that's hooked up to the laptop is going to stay with the laptop.
Right.
And I'm going to order another webcam and hook it up to the other computer. So I'll have
you better.
So you'll be able to see you here and over here?
Yeah.
Better have some hella internet, some damn data going over there, because you're going to be pulling 2 cams plus doing a live online. You're going to be, wow.
No, I'm not going to have both. I'm not going to have both of them going at the same time.
You're just going to switch from one to the other?
Yeah.
Josh, I think my 16-year-old gets on your Fortnite channel.
I don't know. Did he play Fortnite?
He used to.
But I don't want to take the webcam out of this computer, put it back in my main computer, take it out of my main computer, put it back in my laptop, put it back in my, take it out of my laptop, put it back in the desktop. You know what I mean?
So, yeah, you just get you a second one that you can just leave over there.
Yep.
Just get you a USB hub and put it on the desk in front of you, and you plug it in or plug it in here or there. And
look at that.
That'd make it a lot simpler. Then you wouldn't have to run 2 computers. And
well, I think he's got a gaming desktop PC, but then he does like this on the little laptop.
Yeah, that's my goal.
So he's got this gaming PC. Is that right, Josh? Didn't you show that one day? It's like he's got like a desktop PC. Yeah. That's the laptop.
yeah, I want to get a damn USB hub and just sit it over here and just plug all my shit into this, because I think that's what's getting everything.
Well, I'll tell you a good brand, just throwing it in there for thought, is Anchor. ANKER.
All right.
So that's the computer you see on screen right now.
Yeah.
That's the computer that's going to be doing Fortnite. And then this is the computer that's going to be running the other thing.
Yeah.
So my goal is to have the 32-inch monitor.
There's my junk.
There's another. I can run this.
Got the glass off the side.
At 4K at 50 hertz. So I can buy a cable that's called a DP cable and hook that up to the computer that I have up on the dresser and run that computer at 4K and use the HDMI and run that off of this. Have both computers run off the same monitor.
Oh, okay. There you go, Josh.
Yeah, I built mine with when I built it the end of last year, beginning of this year. Can't remember. See if I can find it. I'll say what it is. Only a Ryzen 7 2700X, but it's got 32 gigs of RAM. 1080 Ti video cards. I still don't trust the new shit that's out. I don't trust the ray tracing stuff.
Oh, it's okay. It's just what the biggest flaw right now with video cards is EVGA is no longer making NVIDIA cards because NVIDIA decided to screw over the manufacturers.
Yeah.
And so EVGA said, okay, peace out. And it was like, but wait a minute. You're like the number one card in the whole NVIDIA market. Like the precision software for EVGA cards, dude. Every other brand uses that particular software because that's the best tuning software for video cards. They got the best support, everything, and it's like, oh man.
I love EVGA, and I can't remember the name of what my fucking motherboard is. Let's see if I can see it.
I got an Asus motherboard. That's always been my
I like Asus. Shit.
I used to be a Gigabyte fan way back 25, 30 years ago.
I got a Strix in this one. So.
Okay, that's Asus.
Yep.
This is the cable I get. If you can see it.
Oh, so it looks like you're going for a display port to HDMI.
Yeah.
There you go.
You can get a benchtop hub that'll connect multiple different things into it. If you're going to be doing that kind of stuff, Josh, to make it easier on, so you got to jerk shit around, work on getting that multi-hub. I don't know what they probably tell you.
Well, if you get,
I don't know where you get one.
Like you get an outside capture device is what they are. I mean, you can get an internal one, but really that's it's better, more useful if you get an external one, because then you can just do with it what you want, hook it to what you want. But so then you could basically like hook that to your gaming PC and then also hook it to the laptop so that you could be playing on the desktop the game, but you could stream from the laptop, but then they could see your game. And that's how you can, like, that's what most of the gamers that are actually, what's the one dude's name, Dr. Demento or whatever, Dr. Disrespect and shit, and all the popular ones. It's because they're using they use internal capture cards, but if you can use an external one, but then that way you're alleviating the resources. So you're letting the gaming PC do the gaming, and you're letting a streaming computer do the streaming.
And then you overlay whatever you want to overlay together. And
the 8T isn't really made for streaming because it has only 8 gigs of RAM. So
no, but your desktop PC that you play on, you take that and run it through a outside capture device, and then it'll stream it over to the laptop. And then if you're streaming through the laptop, you could then bring the window up that has that computer that you're playing the game on, so that then the game doesn't really, like how do I say that? The CPU on that computer won't have to play the game and talk to the streaming. What'll basically happen is you're going to be gaming, and the signal as it goes out to that monitor is going to go through that device, and then it's going to be captured and sent over to that laptop. So basically, the gaming computer doesn't suffer any resource lag.
Right.
That's the purpose.
Yeah.
That's why the first person shooter people like to do that, because you don't want any lag. You don't want nothing, no resource. They all competitive whiny asses because they really suck. They have to have that split second advantage because their aim really sucks. And they know if you see it, you're going to drop.
I'm not going anywhere. It's taking me a lot of time to get what I need.
I need a battlefield round.
If there's one thing I've learned about YouTube, it costs a lot of money to run a YouTube channel. A lot of money.
Well, no. It doesn't cost any money to run one, depending on what you want to do with it.
Well, yeah, depending on what you want to do.
The most expensive part of my YouTube channel is the damn StreamYard.
Yeah.
Which I think I'm fixing to switch to Restream just to save a few bucks.
Well, I'm not even paying for mine.
Really? I heard Restream cost more.
No, it's actually because I've used it before, and then I got to thinking about it, and I was like, wait a minute. And I caught it, and I'm like, holy shit, so it's a few bucks cheaper. I'm like, oh, okay. Let me see, I'll tell you. So monthly, yeah, see, it's $19 a month.
Okay.
$6 cheaper.
Yeah, and Threadrippers haven't got any cheaper either, have they?
Huh?
I'm looking at Threadrippers. They still haven't gotten cheaper.
Oh, no. Shit, no, that shit's fixing to get cheaper. Although the AMD's fixing to come kicking some ass with some, I think it's down to 5 nano on the chip size. They're taking it down, and it's going to bring it up. But, you know,
it's so much easier to get hot, too.
To hook up my Wii at one point, but I don't use it anymore. I don't know if
Oh,
that would help me out at all.
Yeah. Does that got 2 HDMI ports on it? Is what it uses, Josh?
Let me make the picture big.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Yeah. There it is. Yeah. So there you go. That's what that is. Because see, what that does is that captures, that way your computer doesn't have to take the hit. As the video signal's passing through, it just reaches over and it grabs it and it copies it and sends it to somewhere else. So that way the computer never suffers anything.
Yeah.
That's a good little thing. Yeah. I've actually been meaning to get one, but well, you know, I had some brain fart about a chicken tractor shit, and then I've still got plumbing in Hellward. I think in 2 days it's dropping down to 32 degrees, but luckily it's only there for 1 day, so I ain't worried about it freezing.
Don't you know?
Don't you know? Oh, Willie D. Where old Willie's at? Don't you know?
Hey, Rollin.
But yeah, that's what I'm looking to do. I just gotta put in the time and put in the money.
Well,
I ain't going nowhere.
Well, there's the idea. Don't go nowhere. Gotta stay stationary. That way we know where to find you.
Yep.
Roman said I got 8 eggs from my 6 chickens yesterday. They were working overtime, I guess. Oh.
Hey, Jerry, I'll tell you what I still got on my computer. I got Star Wars Jedi Fallen, Elder Scrolls Skyrim. I got Middle Earth, Shadow of Mordor, Fallout New Vegas, Cyberpunk 2077, Fallout 4, Fallout 76, Baldur's Gate, Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Let's see, Outriders. And then I got plethora of shit on Steam that, and I don't play none of it. I started to mess with something the other day and like, nah. You game on anything anymore, Rescue?
Oh yeah, actually, the latest one that a friend of mine just hooked me up with is actually a firefighting game. It's a firefighting simulator.
Huh.
Before that, me and a friend of mine, we'll play Tiger Woods golf every now and then. We do a hunting game when we feel like hunting. I used to do up a few months ago, whenever I was relieving stress, then I'd play Battlefield.
I was sitting there playing a fishing game here a while back, and I got that damn Microsoft remote, that Razer remote. And it looks like an Xbox, the newer Xbox remote. And he's like, Dad, you're playing a fishing game sitting here. And he points to the north. He goes, 15 minutes that way, we can really be fishing. There you go.
This is the webcam I'm looking at getting.
Oh, there you go, Josh.
I think it'll be a lot better than the one I got now.
Cool.
$38 on Amazon.
There you go. And then we'll be seeing your handsome face in 1080p, sir.
Yep.
I will say one thing about the new Battlefield. While it does suck, because the new Battlefield does suck, but I personally love 1942. That was the classic. And then I was okay with Bad Company and Vietnam, but then they started getting stupid. But the one good thing about the new Battlefield is the bots, because the bots are actually smarter this time. And if you put those things on expert, they let you win about one round, and then they come back and they got an attitude because the algorithm is kicked in, and then all of a sudden they're flying little birds and they're using everything you just used on them. They bring to your ass, and it's like, aha! Now there's a challenge.
Now let's see how long we can get him to play till he rage quits.
Hey, I go at it too. I love it. You hammer away at me, buddy. I love playing with people, but at the same time, I had no idea that the gaming world actually was representing society as a whole. I didn't realize that, but yeah, because you go play a game and it's no different than outside your door. Even though this is a team-based game, broken down into squads, nobody gives a rat's ass what anybody else is doing. It's just, I'm doing this. I want that plane. I want that tank. And it's like, oh, damn. This is where the rest of the world's at. Shit. I thought it was ass backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. Gaming, man, I love it. It's a good stress relief. I used to love World of Warcraft.
Yeah, I tried to get back into it a while back. My son-in-law, he was messing with it, and I got on there and started running around. I was like, okay. And he's like, well, this is new, and they do this now and this now. And I'm like, the hell is all that? And he goes, well, you start your own little village and your people, and you get your people working. And I said, that almost sounds like you got a bunch of little slaves working for you. And he goes, sort of. I mean,
yeah. No, that's the original Warcraft. The original Warcraft, you had your peons. And that's what you used to do. You'd build up your little bases, kind of like the Command and Conquer and stuff. And you would build your bases up and then the orcs over the others. But the World of Warcraft is the online player. And, dude, that's just a glorified Fortnite kind of thing almost is what it's like. It's just that it's got a different layout. But the cartoon figures are now the same. And for me, I found it funny because I see the resemblance when Valve bought Team Fortress, when they bought that mod and then made it into an actual game, Team Fortress 2, and they came up with those cartoon characters, everything started following that same path.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember I was like 120th, 130th, somewhere 140th level. They had a damn level redo now, and they dropped everybody's level by 50 or 70 points. And I got on there and looked the other day. I'm like, Oh, so I worked my ass off all that time to be put down there. Like, okay, fuck that.
Well, those are good
Yeah,
group
the
ones.
only thing I don't like about having multiple webcams and multiple this and multiple that is I look around at all the wires and it just looks ugly. You just have all these wires running everywhere.
Wire management.
Yeah. Or like me, you move the mouse and you see the light move.
Yeah.
No matter how many times I straighten it up, give it a week and something's going to get wrapped around something. It's like I got a gnome that runs in here at night and braids them together.
Hey.
But
That's it. Well, yeah.
It'll all come together, I hope. It'll just
Well, I
take
will
time.
tell you, young man, while you're working on your little setup and then you start doing your wire management so that you clean up all the wiring, since you'll be in that mode, you can turn your little ass around and you can clean that bed up a little bit too. But I'm just saying.
All right, Dad. I'll get right on that.
Josh, when you do get it set up that way, look for what they call gaff tape. It's stronger than duct tape, but it pulls off better, and you can gaff tape your stuff around on your desk and behind you and in under your desk and all that. And once you do it, that you give your length that you want, you won't have to worry about it all wrapping up or.
Yeah, it'll just be there stuck.
It's called gaff tape. They use that at concerts for all the different wires running everywhere. They'll tape that stuff down and it stays there.
Yeah.
I use zip ties. And back when I had I had a little bit more setup. I used to take screws and I made boards. And I would put screws and then little pegs. And then I would sit there and I would make little loops of all excess wire. It's something about a head end or something. I guess it got in my head. I started routing wires like that and shit. I didn't cut excess wire off. I just found a place somewhere to wrap all the excess around little pegs to occupy it.
Yep.
You never know if you have to cut off some wire or need some. And it's actually the same way out on the lines as you're going down the road. If you look over on the line and you see these snowshoe looking things, that's what those are for. That's how they wrap an extra fiber. That's the slack of the fiber in those snowshoes, is to hold the slack up there.
Yeah, because once they weld that fiber together, they know, okay, get them back out here again. I'll go, you're going to pay well for that.
Oh, yeah. Well, and if something like, we used to up by Grapeland, there's one long ass run because, once you get up there, you know how stretched out that stuff is. And dude, the tree limb hit that fiber line and broke it. And not only do you got to splice it here, so you go locate the break of where the tree fell or whatever happened. And then it's like, okay, well, now you might have to go back 2 miles and then unlash those snowshoes and then come back and start unlashing all the way up so you can pull that slack up to bring it down to then do that splice.
Yeah, I knew guys that I worked as quality control for Comcast or Time Warner. I can't remember which it was at the time. And it was these different guys showed up here and they had bread trucks and they were doing fiber welding. And I was over there talking to him. He goes, dude, you need to get a truck. And he goes, I'll tell you what, it'd help me out a lot. If you want to get a truck, I'll teach you this. He goes, I'll show you for a month. He goes, I'll pay you half of what the work you get. So you'll be making half of what I do. And he goes, you can get a truck and this stuff pays awesome. And he goes, you want to see, for instance, he pointed down the neighborhood and it was probably 80 houses and he's going to have to put in like 30 pedestals. And each one of them was a welding job for him. He goes, this, from what you can see, as far as you can see, he goes, when I get my check for doing this little area, he goes, it's all going to buy me a brand new Ranger bass boat that I'm going to pay cash for.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, make that much? He goes, I ain't going to tell you I make it. He goes, but he goes, I probably make in a week what you make in a year.
If you run a fusion splicer, shit, that's what it's all going to now. I mean, that is the fiber. So, and I will say, people make it sound, and it can be real glorious, but I can also tell you that it can be very strenuous and it can be high stress too, because depends on which fiber line it is. I personally can attest to a Verizon line that I know that there was a particular supervisor that we actually for months made fun of afterwards, because that dude literally the last 20 minutes that damn fiber was down, he didn't do anything but stare at his watch, and he would just say it out loud going, okay, what color is that one? How many's up? Because what it is depending on if it's a cell tower, then there's a timer ticking. And if that fiber don't get spliced in a certain amount of time frame, then whoever's providing that fiber is fixing to start writing checks, and they're not going to like that very much.
I know that shit. It's tedious. Because I was doing it, it's like putting hairs together.
Shit, dude, I've spliced fiber in the middle of a tornado. And actually, I could even introduce you to one of the dudes that was there, because we were on the side of the road. What is that damn farm market road going up? It was the line feeding Grapeland. And it's when Trinity got those, like, what was it, 3 tornadoes went through Trinity and that whole little area over there.
Yeah.
And, dude, we were out there in the middle, literally had a milk crate, got a spool out of the back of the bucket truck, was sitting on it, and then another spool was like a little table, and then had just a tarp pulled down over us, holding it down. And I would open up the fusion splicer, we'd get it all out, and I'd get ready, and it would be like, pull down the tarp real tight, and I'd wipe off the ends, and I'd open the lid, and I'd lay them in there and start lining them up. Shut that lid and hit the button. As soon as it'd come up, it'd be like, check it. Start doing a modem count, check the connectivity at the head end. It'd be like, yep. And it'd be like, okay, normally you're supposed to go through a test figure where it tests the light shot through there, but you just start watching your shit pop on, and that'll tell you soon enough.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, that shit, the tarp would fly up, rain to be blowing in, to be like, oh shit. And of course, everything you're told is how, like, this is dust-free shit, and you're just like in nothing remotely close to any clean environment right now.
His all worked off pressure. It's like with his like I said, bread truck, he'd go across the back and 2 or 3 feet up the sides, and they had extra hinges to the back doors that open like barn doors, and they had extra, and they had these little doors that open, and the top part and the bottom part that open, you have a latch that open, and you'd run them wires through there, close all the shit off, put boots around it, and then he had forced air inside that pushed dust and everything out.
Oh yeah, because technically, I mean, and that's where, like, you'll see phone companies pull trailers. They got splashing trailers, and they're set up that way. You take that ends inside there to that clean environment, and of course, feel free to stop and watch some of those little trailers and watch the little smoke coming out of them, because the people that smoke are sitting inside those trailers puffing away still on cigs. So
yeah,
so much for the clean environment, but yeah. Because it does, and it's in there. It's actually a pretty cool little process. I mean, it is a very precise and precision thing, because you clean these little hair strands, and then you lay them in this tray, and you line them up what your human naked eye thinks is lined up, and then that machine will literally splice those ends so that they perfectly will match, and it will line those up. And then it will fuse those with energy and fuse that back in. And then you just take it back and you have a splice kit you put on them, do some sleeving, go to the next. And when you're doing like about a 30 to 60 count of those, it's almost like grab your hair, pull around and grab about 60 or 80 strands of hair and go, okay, I'm going to piece these together. And that's what that shit's like. That's why it's tedious. a couple of them is no big deal. You go, oh, well, no, there's no biggie. And it's like, yeah, but now you got to sit here and knock out 50 more of those because they cut the whole line. Or you take one of these, oh, we're going to come, a sewer crew's going to come work on something and take a backhoe and just go, oh, we didn't know that fiber was right there. Well, that was 120 count. Thanks, buddy.
Just put it in over here, and I found out I can get it here for like $100 a month, and it's 500 up and down. And I told him what I got. I got 100 up, 1,000 down. He goes, you might think you have good internet, but he goes, you get on that 500 up and down fiber. He goes, you won't bottleneck with anything.
Oh, well, yeah, no, the whole translation that takes place in the head end is different. So that's why it'll be, I mean, it's like, in all honesty, that's the big push. And I know that I'm probably say this out loud in the wrong crowd, but that's the thing with 5G, because the 5G is about 20 gigs. That frequency range will allow 20 gigs of data transfer. Well, right now with 4G, it only allows up to 1 gig of data.
Yeah.
And since everything is going cloud-based and stream-based, then that's the push, really. But
and here's something everybody might make it a little more understanding for them. Your microwave at home runs off 2.4. That'll tell you what your radiation level is and your frequency level. 5G, and each one, like you're saying, increment 4G to 5G is 20 times. I think 3G to 4G is about the same, ain't it?
Now, it was kind of smaller jumps from the beginning all the way up into the 4G, but it's a new, because it's the going in. So with 4G and like that latest little 4G LTE, well, that was still a communication based. So that was the whole GSM, and that was the connectivity, more like a landline type structure.
Yeah.
Where this 5G is going to be more of a cloud-based orientated, so it's going to adapt to what it needs as it does, because it's going to be a cloud-based service, which means it's not going to pinpoint straight to your 5G phone and just keep connected to you. You're going to hop around different 5G networks as you move around. Where right now, that satellite, you talk to that satellite, and when the signal gets weak enough, it will then hop to another and keep connected. This is different. It's going to be watching a movie. Watch a movie from Netflix versus watching a movie from like Paramount Plus that streams it. There's a difference. And that's the difference. And it's because it allows the 20 gigs, because it's just greed. All this is, I don't know. I'm not a technology fan. I like it. I see the use, but it's Pandora's box. It is the epitome of Pandora's box.
So you see the bad in the 5G?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, not so much with the medical side for me. Mine is just we're going into the self-driving cars, the automation, because this is what the corporate push for 5G really is, because the automation of stuff and the AI-based stuff, being able to monitor and run plants or stuff like they're talking about with the self-driving cars. See, that shit's 5G type stuff, because you have to have that software structure that goes from a direct communication to a cloud-based type streaming communication, because you're having something that's mobile, so the environment's going to be changing, so it has to be able to hop but maintain what it's doing, versus the old cell phones, when you hit the dead zone, it just cut off, and it was like, oh, and it's like, oh shit, you said to wait. Well, now you can kind of resync. That's because you're really hopping to another network. Well, that's part of streaming versus specific application.
The government can see everything you're doing with 5G.
Well, hell, they've been able to do that. They can see everything, all the transaction. We're so marketed based as a country, our economy, capitalism, just at its glory. It's all marketing. And I laugh and I point out, if you filled out a survey, you would start getting your mailbox filled up with all these goofy little ads and sales and all this shit. Well, we're not in those days anymore. Now it's all digital. It's all electronic. And it went to emails for a while. Now they don't even give a shit. They know what you're going to be looking at. We're just going to sign up and get in with all these other groups like the Facebooks and the YouTubes. And that's part of the marketing. Now we just pump that in. And then all of a sudden you're like having this conversation over Advil. And then I'll be damned. You get by CVS and an Advil ad pops up and you go, oh, and it's this is marketing. It's marketing. And we're so glued to this the phones, it's easy to follow. Case in point, the 2000 jackasses that a lot of people talk about, and I'll just leave it with that highlighted version. Okay, well, just take into what that was. That was just so keep in mind, this was a private group that raised money that bought a sliver of data on just certain spots. Mind you, I said a sliver of data in certain spots from these bigger companies that have all of this data. And then they were able to piece that and go, yeah, well, look, no, they kept going to here and they're like, this one does this. Okay, that was a sliver of just certain areas bought from a big company that has all of it. So you can connect that. It's marketing, and there it is. And that's where their database comes from. That's where they get their money. Big bucks flow that way because they know they know how many times you go to Starbucks. They know how many trips you go to Walmart. They know everything. If they wanted to know, well, I can make that sound nefarious, but the data's there of where all you go, and then they can sell it all.
Yep. What you buy.
And then they're paying 5G cards with camp well. So does everything else.
Yeah.
Pretty strong. Like at 3 miles, there's Whataburger up here, and they have a special.
Well, hold on, Josh. Do what, Chuck?
I'm just saying that pretty soon it'll be, your phone will tell you in 3 miles of Whataburgers up here, and these are on special.
What do you think I'll pick up today and start storing this for?
Wait, don't they kind of already do that if you sign up with those apps and your points and all that good shit kind of tell you
what's on special? I just mean if you're driving, you get close to one, it'd be like, okay, stop in here. They got this going right now. You want your hamburger? We'll drop it on the grill. We'll have it at the window for you in 5 minutes.
Suggested advertising.
Yep.
Well,
me and Vicky
were around.
She had I don't know if she still does. She had the Facebook app, and she was looking at something on Facebook. We were outside talking about, and it was some product, and I can't remember what it was. I came in the house and got on Facebook, and I started getting ads popping up in my Facebook on the computer, not even on a cell phone. To me, I was talking to her, and I guess it recognized who was talking with her, and started sending me them ads through Facebook.
Dang.
I was like, yeah.
It's just, it definitely can look really bad, especially, but it's really been there. I mean, it's been there since we've been selling shit. Think about the old wagon things, and it would be the dangling in the, this right here, if you have been having headaches, this is going to get rid of them headaches. That snake oil salesman type shit, it was the pitch.
Yeah.
We used it with marketing, and I actually had my eyes open when I went to work for one of my computer customers when I closed down, and I was a signs guy. He made signs. And I actually got books, and there's the font size, the font color, the placement of pictures and visuals, and the way you would do it. All that shit has this little mind crap that they sit here and try to dissect people with. And they say, well, this is what gravitates people. This is what we've done. We've done studies. And you just kind of realize that, yeah, you pretty much have studied everything. And now that we're all on this digital platform, you don't even have to do anything. All you have to do is have the app and you can watch the traffic. Meta tags back in the beginning of the HTML days, the website days. See, they used to couldn't know where all you went until they introduced meta tags. And when they started doing meta tags, all of a sudden, then that's when the shit started going, oh, wait. You went over to Chuck's website. Well, then you'd probably like this too. Oh, and that's because it's just tracking. Everybody's about the dollar.
I'll just do this.
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I killed your chat, Chuck, because your chat hasn't moved for a while, so I might have killed that.
I don't even know what's in there. I just seen Sid Miller post tonight on Unsolved Mysteries. What happened to monkeypox?
They haven't finished counting the votes yet.
There's 16 in here. Either people are falling out. We are working almost on 4 hours, so let's see. Not sure who's on.
Shoot.
I gotta tell you,
20,000.
I do get excited over the Kerry Lake thing, dude, because I don't know. Something about her, man. It's like if she gets in, she's gonna get to. And I love the way she talks because she won't do any of the keywords, but she says the same message. She just does it in the typical politically correct way. Well, there were definitely some errors. There's definitely flaws, and we need to fix those. And are we going to? And it's like, you got it.
Yeah, she gets into their ass in their language.
Who's this?
Kerry Lake, that
Arizona governor.
Oh, okay.
Because I'll tell you, there's governors. That's we need the states to start standing up.
Yeah.
Certain color schemes in fast food restaurants stimulate you to eat and leave fast. Right, Tom? That's what I say. I learned a lot about that. And so you just take that same mechanics that they put into all that, and then you look at all this digital and you go, yeah, that's how come YouTube chooses the colors that it does for its things. That's why the mods get to be blue. And there's just all kinds of little weird reasoning. And it doesn't click for everybody because, you can't, not everybody's a fan, so they do these little pools. But they got it. It's pretty, like, I personally laugh at most of the ads just because I go, well, the one thing your ad algorithm isn't taking into account is that, one, I'm a cheap ass bastard, and two, I'm a broke ass bastard. So you can suggest everything under the sun just because I look at shit doesn't mean that I have every intention of ever getting it.
Hey, Rescue.
Ma'am.
You heard what English they call their cigarettes, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're not allowed to anymore. They have to call it cigarettes now.
They can't call it a FAG, that wood, any of that anymore.
No frequently asked questions for them.
Yeah.
Man, see, but I will say that's where the Kerry Lake thing is kind of my little spark because she's got I think it's one of those that, see, she was a media person. So, like, she had her job and she liked her job and she respected it. And then she feels like her whole job description has been trashed and thrown to the toilet. Then you take the whole country shit and everything that's going down. She just, I don't know, man. She just seems like the one that's going to be, she's not going to just like get in there and then go, okay, well, now that I'm here, it's okay. And we'll just make do. It's like, oh no. Because, dude, she even called them out on her own primary. It's like, yeah, I won, but there was some shit. So I would like to make that, double check that again. And it's like, yeah, you can't hold a person, you can't make them look bad when they do it on their own shit when they won. So, and then she knows what happened in 2020. So she hadn't forgot that.
I don't think anybody's forgotten that one.
No, and she just is one of those. And that's I still think, man, there's the more that comes to light, like right now, that place was a hub. So she's the perfect person to be in there. I'm hoping
Yeah.
because she'll be able to bring a lot of shit to light.
There's a lot of people, all this cheating. You figure it's a better way to secure their voting, but no.
Well, see, and people, I know one thing. That's what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to start encouraging people. I want to look into DeSantis and kind of the actual things that they have in place, and then compare that to like Texas, and then because we didn't do bad. I mean, hell, we got it done, but I mean, damn. Okay, well, that's twice he's managed and he's done that. Then we need to start picking up whatever that is, and that's. But see, there's getting that all in states to go along. It's easy to sit here and I can get all pissy and go this, and it's like, well, that's funny because Pennsylvania just voted in a dude that stroked out and then voted in a dude that was dead. I mean, I don't know how you fix that shit.
My cousin Jimmy lives in Pennsylvania, and he's far right. Yeah, and I know he's going nuts up there.
Ask him just which.
To Texas, Jimmy.
Ask him which one of the policies of the dead guy was the one that he liked the most.
Right. I ain't heard nothing from him, so I'm hoping he didn't go ballistic on someone else. When I'm talking far right, I'm talking far right.
Ah. Yeah, he's probably having a field day then, knowing that they just voted in a dude that's dead.
Oh yeah.
The Fetterman, I'll give him this. The Fetterman thing is bad, yes, but in all honesty, you can see how they pulled it off because that's how they pulled off the potato head thing. Same way, they kept him away from debates, kind of kept him out of the public eye.
Yeah.
And, so people just didn't really get to up front see how bad it was.
That to me is like, you don't advertise, you shouldn't get votes. It's like these people that open-mindedly just, Jim will hit this button because it's not that one. It's like all the people talking about T-Man. They didn't like T-Man because he said stuff on tweet.
I know, mean tweets.
Or shit that he said years ago. It's like, really?
Yeah. How you like this? We went from mean tweets till we get some dipshit that doesn't even know what's happening, but he's trying to poke a nuke war. Oh yeah, I know that, boy. Yeah, the nuke shits are way more comfortable than some mean tweets.
Yeah.
Oh, but wait, we don't have mean tweets anymore because now you're pissed off at the dude who actually bought Twitter.
Yeah.
Because he's all about open free speech, and it's like, but no, and it's like, too bad.
What's that redhead comedian? What's her name? Kathy Griffin? They done had to suspend her account because she was talking shit about Elon Musk. I'm pretty sure she probably did the same thing to him as she did to Trump.
Oh, and they're all pissed off about their little $8 a month. These are millionaires that just that have multiple homes and shit. Have people go get their shit for them, and they're pissed that they're going to get charged an $8 subscription fee.
Why? What is it for everybody, or just them, or
for the blue check mark? So if you're a blue check mark and you want that blue check mark, you're going to pay your $8 subscription fee.
Oh, I don't know what the blue check mark is.
Probably, so you can say
that's certified. That's your yes. This is Texas Chuck. You're the blue check mark. It's been verified. It's you. It's kind of so basically, it's like the Donald J. Trump would be a blue check mark.
Or is that like a VS? What is it?
RSVP? No, it's just a stature thing, I guess.
Yeah, VIP. You're a VIP with the blue.
Yeah, if you look at like the Twitter, like when you watch these reports and stuff, and they show like a Twitter post, you'll see up there next to that name that little check box. Well, that's me. That supposedly means that that's been a valid account. So if it like says Bonnie, well, then that's supposed to really be Bonnie. That's not somebody acting like Bonnie. That's why it has the check mark. Well, see, that's what he did. It's like, okay, so we're just do a subscription for that. And all of a sudden they went into stupid mode. And it's like, you do know that like YouTube has a premium membership. A lot of these other places have memberships. Twitter just had free reign for so long because hell yeah, just go out there and stir up shit. That's all I want you to do. Do it. And all of a sudden, this dude's like coming in, he bought your ass up and is like, okay, well, I want my money back. And this is comical business sense right here. Damn, subscription fee. What? It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 100 billion, y'all. Well, that's 800 million a month I get off that.
Well, I can knock off them 30% bots that we discovered while I was buying your ass because they're not going to pay $8. And if they do, then fine. I'm making my money back. I don't give a shit. You know,
That's probably the 4,000 he fired. All them bots.
And it's like listening to the whining of them. Oh my God, this Twitter person getting fired. Do you know that them top 3 executives that got fired, they all left with millions of dollars severance pay?
Yeah.
Wow.
Except that one, I know he got pissed off. He found a loophole and he didn't have to give him shit.
That one woman throwing a fit because she took that package.
Yeah, that was Dorsey.
I said, I'm not living up to my means. I can't remember how she said it. I was like, oh my God.
Oh, the little advertisement chick on the roof. Is that the one you're talking about, Vicky? She was like an advertising lady or something, worked for him, and she used to go up on the roof. She bragged about being able to go up on the roof, and
yeah, that's her.
Yeah.
Why? I'm going to reach to that screen and smack her.
Just,
that's the day at my job.
well, it's that moral compass. It's that family thing. It's the desire to want to have a job, to succeed at something. And it all takes into account. That's where all these, that's where this generation came from, man. They're out here and they don't want anything, but they want everything. It's like,
do you realize who I am? I'm so-and-so. So?
Well, I think they really think that there's free shit too. So it's like, I think that they believe that there's such a thing as like free food, and that there's free electricity, and that there's free places to stay, and this free. And it's like, you do understand that the only thing for free out here is to just, you stand fucking still there. That's for free. Yeah. Anything after this is, something's going to have to do something. You want a roof, you want a little electricity, you want some fuel, you want a vehicle. And think about that. When you were growing up, you used to look forward to having a job so that you could earn the money to then buy your vehicle. And now you have generations that are just like, man, I'm not even going to school, mofo. Just buy me something, you owe me.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute, how the hell did we get here?
Yeah, I went to school and learned how to pick my nose in 5 different languages, and I could get a job, but you guys can pay it for me because I don't want to do it.
I was watching a video the other day where this cop pulled this kid over, and the kid goes, don't you know who my father is? And the cop goes, your mother never told you? I was like, damn.
That was an epic answer there. What's up, Victor?
Hey, Victor.
And it's that.
Hi, guys. I think I'm going to take off and go to bed.
All right, Josh. Good night.
I'll see you all around.
All righty,
night,
sir.
Mom.
Well,
Good night.
get you some rest,
Good
Josh.
night.
Good night,
Thanks
bud.
for having me up. See you
You're
all
welcome,
around.
buddy.
Always welcome.
Take care, buddy. I'm about ready to fold up and let Rescue up one over this weekend. I don't know if you do or not.
So, no.
Still do your Fridays and Saturdays, or Saturdays and Sundays, or whatever.
Man, I don't know, Chuck. I started to do some little silly Saturday, and then I was kind of like, man, I don't know, because I mean, I'll be honest, it's just I wasn't sure what mood everybody's in. So, uh-oh, you got a visitor in
Oh,
chat.
find your love.
Wait, let me click on it. No, I'm joking.
You could have. I don't give a shit.
No, if you've liked it.
I almost make it a mod. let's see what this does.
And I will point out though, you noticed that the sex bot didn't show up until right after Victor showed up. I'm just saying.
Victor.
Where you been, Victor? You brought it with you.
It followed.
Night, Anna.
Here, take this pizza and give it to Chuck.
Did y'all ever get the line from your kids, I didn't ask to be born?
Yep.
Oh, God, yes.
Night, Anna.
It's like,
I tell them every time, me and your daddy were having fun doing it, too.
I said, I don't think any of us ever asked to be born. And I said, that's the stupidest comment you could ever say.
Yes.
I know if I would have said that to my parents, I would have got teeth knocked out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember my dad gonna whoop my ass or something one time, and boy, this is gonna hurt me more than it does you. I said, I don't see no stripes on your ass. And that was a wrong answer. He had to walk outside for a minute. He probably beat me to death over that.
Yes. That's great.
Both of them.
That's hell. I told my daughter, I go, well, you weren't playing. I said, hell, you were a hot tub moment.
Yeah.
She's a hot tub baby.
My sister-in-law makes fun of me so bad because I told her none of mine were playing.
Yeah, this is where you can just tell the disconnect from the way things used to be. It's like,
yeah,
this is people just got together and then this happened. It wasn't like, okay, it's that day. Let's see. Yep. Okay. It's Wednesday and we're on. Yeah. Okay. It's that time. It's like, no, you don't.
Yeah, we never seen on the Waltons. Come on upstairs, girl. They're outside. Let's go make this baby.
Hey, I'm kind of in the mood. What's the chart show? Nope, not today. No,
Yeah, mine are, my oldest and my youngest are what, 20 years apart?
Yep.
Wow. Well, that's about the way mine are, actually.
Our youngest is
16.
young enough that he could be our oldest's kid.
Yeah.
Our granddaughter and our son are like 2 or 3 years apart.
Well, that's what happened when I had the two younger girls. We'd go to the doctor's office and they'd be carrying them, and I'm carrying everything we need in the doctor's office, and they would look at my two kids like, because they were teenagers, and give them dirty looks, and I'm just sitting there like, I just started laughing.
They're not theirs, they're mine.
Yeah. And my oldest son, when we used to go to the store, there was this one man, he was the cashier, and we'd go in there late at night because it was a 24-hour just to get some snacks or something, and we'd be joking around and tossing stuff at each other, and I'd hug him, and that man would just sit there and shake his head and give me this look, and I'm like, are you kidding me? This is my son.
He thought you was a cougar.
Oh, yeah.
It's like when me and my boys go to the store or something. People look at us because I'm sure they think I got bodyguards because I'm so small and they're so big. And they always put me in the middle. And I'm like, oh, good Lord. And we get stares all the time.
Yeah, I'll put it nice. So what I told mine, all of them don't like to drink after nobody. And I gave them something. They're like, hey, yeah, I don't drink after nobody. And I'm like, I'll put it in a nice way. I told them, well, your saliva has my DNA in it, but I put it in a different word. They're all like, ah. I'm like, wait a minute, that didn't sound right.
My two kids are 11 months apart. And I used to, at the beginning, thought that was like the coolest shit ever. Like, okay, this is like getting this all done at one time. This is
Right.
like, yeah, when the whole personality thing starts to show itself, then it's like, okay, no, I wish there was a gap. Especially when it's the female that's bringing up the rear, because when he's 16, she wants to be treated like she is. Well, no. You're going to be doing the good to be treated 16 when you are 16 because you're a female.
But wait a minute, that's not fair.
Yeah, well,
And
nobody said it was going to be.
I know, but I figured that out with my kids. And so it was because I had 6, 3 boys, 3 girls. And so it was this, they were all treated the same, all identical.
Yeah, my oldest.
Maybe it's a guy thing. Maybe it's a guy thing with daughters, because daughters just had when I held my son, that was a magical moment and all. But I gotta say, there's something about when you're holding your daughter that first time, and it's like, this is a little female that you just brought into the world. It just, for me, it changed everything. It was like, yeah, I viewed things in a whole different perspective from then on. So,
damn, Bonnie, you could have started the Waltons. You damn near reached it. I think they had 7.
I got 6.
I wanted 8.
3 girls.
There's John Boy.
Aaron.
No, I'm doing
Aaron
the boys first. John Boy, Jim Bob, the redheaded skinny one, and then the redheaded short one. That's 4 boys. Then you got little Brady, youngest one.
Know all their names.
Huh?
I said, look at you, know all their names.
I normally would. I watch that shit daily, though.
When I was young, I knew a lady and she had 8 boys. And the way they acted, they lived in an old barn that they had turned into a house. It wasn't like a Barnum, whatever you call them now that they do.
Baby circus.
Yeah. Barnuminium or whatever. But just the way the family interacted and everything, because my mom being married 6 times, it was just a whole different world for me to see that. And I was like, okay, I want 8 kids when I grow up.
Damn.
Well, that's the way. That was the old days, because that was, I mean, it's hard to say it nowadays because you don't want to offend nobody, but that was kind of like the labor force, because that was your homestead. This is
more kids was.
They carried on, right?
They get married, more kids.
That was the propagating thing. I mean, that was when they were little. It was built around the homestead, and then they grew and created theirs, and
each one of them got a piece of property, and they did their thing, and.
Yep. And
then now they grow up and they're ready to haul ass from the time that they're 13. It's like, well, I'm ready to go, and you don't even know where the hell you're going. Anywhere but here.
Right. But I feel that we've had a hand in that, for sure, society, and that's where I think
maybe our kids had better than we did.
Right, but then they didn't. That's what I was saying last night. So here they are struggling in their home check to check, and here you are struggling in your home check to check, and it where if you would have all stayed together, it would have actually been financially better on everyone because
Yeah.
everyone pitches in the work, in the money, and it works.
A lot of them don't see them, or at least what I hear from, I guess you'd say, this generation, the younger bunch, see, they don't see it as in living check to check, and that to them, they're each doing their lives. This is why I think that the marriage thing doesn't look the same anymore, because it's not about that family and building that home. That's why it's rent somewhere, and hey, we hook up today. It's kind of like they used to be just like a Hollywood actor thing, and now it's like, nope, that's it. It's any given moment. Yeah, it's probably married, divorced, moved in, moved out. Each have their own careers. The kids are being raised over in a thing, and
yeah,
That's what my son was telling me. He worked on that tugboat. He was wanting to be a pilot on it, and he was working his way up. And he got in a talk with the captain, pilot, whatever you want to call him. And my son's like, oh, I can't wait till I can get up there making the money you make. He goes, you're making what, $1,000, $1,200 a week now? He goes, I make $10,000 a week. He goes, I've been making that kind of money for the last 10 years. And before that, I was making half, 3/4 of that. He goes, it don't matter how much you make, you get used to what you make, and that's what you live off of. And usually, it's everybody's still check to check. You just got more bills for more bigger shit.
Yep. Yeah, the credit.
But he goes, he's like, but the toys you have making $10,000 a week, he said, he goes, I can hold them in my hand. He goes, it takes a yard to put your toys in. When he told me that guy made almost $500,000 a year, I was like, wow.
Dang.
He must own the boat.
Now he's just been doing it for I think Cody said he started when he was 20. He was a rope dragger, whatever. When they started at the very bottom, worked his way through it. But he's like, he said 60 or 62 or something like that. He goes, this year I'm paying off everything I got. He goes, I'm working till I'm 66, 67. He goes, or till I can get you trained in, just depends. He goes, I'm going to put all them 4 or 5 years of money in the bank with some other money I got in the bank. And he goes, I'm going to find me a place somewhere. And he goes, I'm just going to put solar and wind and hopefully water where it generate power. And he goes, I'm going to get so far back away from everybody. And he goes, I don't have to worry about people walking up. He goes, if I can do it, he goes, I'll get dropped off there in a helicopter.
That's what I used to laugh and say my ideal thing was. I just wanted to buy a place, have a place built, but I had to fly in and fly out.
Yeah.
One of the guys, whenever I talked about earlier when I talked about playing World of Warcraft and used to beta test that. And there was a game called Asheron's Call that was put out by Microsoft. We used to play that at work, and the whole damn shift actually played that game. It was kind of funny because at work we'd be talking about it, and then when we'd get off, we'd all be meeting up for a few hours before we crashed on weekends. We'd all meet up and play it. But one of the guys, when he left there, he actually went to the tugboat thing. He's been tugboating the whole last 25, 27 years or something. And he's a captain. He actually, him and his wife, they've done real good. He keeps doing these nice little projects. And you can always tell because he'll be in and out. And like they do the rallies. He's got a few bikes. He's had his bikes. He'll pick a bike and he'll have it redone. And like the last thing, they got their RV. And then the last little thing he just got through doing was they built this little cabana kind of thing. So it's a slab, got the roof, decorated, but then has the bar, has the pit, and it's a cool little. But that's kind of because captains make money. He runs. I think Matt runs. I think he's river running. Now my oldest, my stepson, he runs the boats, but his is down out of the Gulf. He runs a lot of the refinery stuff out of the Gulf, up around in the Gulf. Takes it in and out to the mouth of the rivers.
Yeah, I'm looking up at call now, and somebody's got a couple of videos out. It's called "The Death of a Game." Astronauts Call 1 and 2 on YouTube.
Oh hell! Hey man, that used to be a pretty cool game. I have no idea, Ray. I'm just when it gets it done, it'll be done. Now it'll be a few days because everything just rained its ass off, so it's muddy. So all I'll do is go up there and slide around in my chair. But I was gonna tell you that earlier, Chuck. Cut my damn 32-inch monitor. I think the damn thing went out. It's either the damn thing went out, and I only say this because since you got to the computer thing, so you'll get where I'm going with it. But either my monitor went out or this latest little NVIDIA driver has a little attitude towards EVGA card or something, and that's because it was doing fine. And I did the NVIDIA driver earlier today or late yesterday, and I hadn't really done anything but just reading some shit. Well, then that friend of mine hooked me up with the firefighting game. So I did that, and I went to start it. And the minute I went to start it, it's like, oh no, that thing, it's like, at first I thought, well, damn, was it losing connection? Because it was like it was cutting off and on, like, display port, no display port, display port, and I'm going, well, ain't nothing moved. How the hell did the cable get loose? Well, I went ahead and I checked them. Nope. I changed it to HDMI to those ports. Nope. I'm like, what in hell? The second one's working just fine. And I put it over on the big one and it works just fine. So it's like, I don't know. That's so weird, the timing of that. But
it might be just TV is not recognizing it. Changed the driver and now the TV's not picking it up, or it's not recognizing the TV to send it to it. I've had it do that on games like that before. Something to do.
It started doing that. It was doing it with anything. As soon as it started with that, then I got out of that game. Then it's no matter what, go to pull up YouTube, it cut in and out, in and out.
Probably driver base. Try hooking up something small to it, or put an antenna on it, or whatever. Just see if it. Probably a driver in your shit.
I'm gonna hook up that one to this other little computer tomorrow and see what it does on it.
I had it end up being a driver. Then another time it did it. It created another. You know how like you can have your 1, 2, 3 monitors. It split my damn. I didn't have anything hooked up but this one, but it decided to split up the outputs that I had coming out of there from different things. And for some reason, the video games, different ones I would play, it was picking outputs that didn't exist. The only reason I found that is I had everything off the screen, was cleaning up, and I noticed a weird little border on the right side. And ended up getting to looking around, and then found out that it had 2 or 3 different. It's showing this one monitor is more than one.
Oh,
some would go to that, and some would go to this, and I was like, the hell. And I found out it ended up being a driver, and I pulled that driver out and went and backdated it, and it stopped.
Well, I thought about trying that tomorrow too. Roll back this one. If it doesn't do it on the other computer, then that's probably what I'll end up doing, because I haven't done the driver update on the other.
Yeah, we just a week ago had another update come through.
Well, see, that's what was weird. There was 2 NVIDIA updates, and they were pretty close, and that's unusual.
Yeah, that too. I was going to say, after Windows did it, then NVIDIA had 2.
Oh, yeah, Microsoft wants to update this little computer over here to 11. It's like, nope. This big one they wanted to. I turned the TPM off, so all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's not eligible. And I said, I know it's not.
I don't know if because I hit the other day and wanted to update, and hopefully I didn't update it to that. I just clicked it to get out of my damn face, and it okay, and it
pisses me off bad enough that Windows will just automatically do updates. That annoys me. I'll sit there and I'll go, nope, I just want to shut down. Nope, I just want to shut down. And then I'll start it up, and it's like all of a sudden there's no update there, and I can go look in the log, and it's like the little shit did it in the back end, and it's like, no.
Nope, I'm still stuck Windows 10 Pro Education.
Yeah, I got 10 Pro now. I would rather have the 7 Pro, but they made me update. I didn't want to.
My version I had didn't work, so I was looking around, and I just happened to look on eBay, and I put in codes for Windows 10, and it come up with one dude had one. He goes, I got a Windows 10 Pro Education. He goes, I'll mail you the sticker for it, and he goes, but I can give you. I put the code in it, upgraded it, and updated it, and ain't had a problem since. And I think I paid $3.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, it's cheap. It's just a racket anymore for that crap.
Well, yeah, and you know what? See, they're okay with it because that gives them more control. They're slowly they've embedded enough that, because think about that, dude. 15 years ago, even Microsoft would have been pissed off if they had even thought people were hacking keys, even though people did. If they caught them, they'd set the Windows off. And then all of a sudden, now it's like, oh shit, no, man, you want Windows? Hell yeah, go ahead, download that for free. It's no biggie. It's like, yeah, because now you can monitor every damn thing.
Yeah, when something's free and ain't free, you're paying for it somehow.
That's it. The only thing free in this world is error and opportunity.
Yep.
And look what they're doing to that.
And that's if you don't live in California. You have to pay for that shit. I think there's probably a breathing tax.
Oh, you're going to set Dee off again. You always got to bring up California.
Hey, you know how them, man. That gold dust out of them mountains up there, it fucked up that whole beach line down there or something. I don't know. It's in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, Ray, you sent me an email about JH556, and I had already actually talked to Mayhem when we found out who that was, and then I've already brought it on my stream, and I think several other people have already brought it on there. So try to make everybody, and I think most people saw Mayhem's video, and I know Zach was on my channel the other day about it. So, yeah. Because matter of fact, I covered it on my stream the night of the storms when they lost their roof and the fencing and stuff, and a big old part of this headache even started for them. What's Ridge Runner? What's up, buddy?
Hey, Ridge Runner.
Ridge Runner.
You can tell Dee's off a bubble. Look, she's like California. They always right. She thinks Californians are always right.
Right about what?
I guess everything. Dee, did you vote for Newsom?
No shit. I know my brother didn't.
You got a Newsom sticker on your car. Is that what it is, Dee?
Just listening to them talk, the ones who have even come from California, I cannot even comprehend that. Did you see the march I think they marched 300 miles. The farmers were marching to Sacramento to protest what they were doing to the farmers and stuff. And
Now, vegetable farmers or weed farmers?
vegetable farmers. They were from the South.
Oh. See, that's what I don't understand. How do you? I mean, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
It's so bad. I guess they're so used to Hollywood and shit that it's like, it's just another crazy thing. And it's like you just don't realize that your whole state that's going batshit crazy or something. I mean, how do you?
Well, they did vote in Schwarzenegger too, you know.
Just because that's where majority of those high-profile pedophiles come from, don't make it right.
That's why it's like they're doing dope and shitting and pissing on sidewalks in the streets. They're running in stores and just jacking goods and running out. They're beating the shit out of people right there on the street. And it's like just another day at the office. It's like, wait, what?
I don't know if I told y'all, there was a guy I watched a video today. It was in San Francisco, jewelry store. Right in front of the front door is some homeless person laying on the concrete, no breeches on, whooping on himself right there in front of God and everybody. And they're like, they called the cops and they're like, just leave him alone. When he's finished, he'll leave.
Yeah.
So when he's finished, he'll leave.
Well, I've kind of seen that in the nursing homes too. I mean,
spray him with some of that fucking ghost pepper juice, and then they'll stop. They'll be finished. They'll want to leave.
bust out the fire hose or something.
Right.
Like I did the dogs.
Hit them with some of that 10 million Scoville on their boys, and now they'll stop.
Damn, you'd have to open a store. You put little sprinkler lines about waist high that you just cut on and shoot out jets. Like that. Back away. What's up, anti-hat Jack? So as anti-hat Jack, are you going to change your username one day to Pro Elon?
Guess so.
Well, he was voted in on the Democratic ticket, so I guess he's going to vote whichever way they want him to.
He'll just get a job as the rest of them.
Let's see. So, yeah, Auntie's new name would have to be Pro at Elon.
Oh. Yeah, that guy looks like Sloth from the Goonies, and Lurch had a baby.
The Fetterman?
Yeah.
I saw a meme. Other people must be agreeing with that because I saw a meme with that from the movie.
It's like Fetterman like Democrat.
Well, dude, even before the stroke thing, just his whole persona before, and it's like, you really think that this is governor material? I mean, come on, I'm a good guy, but I'm not even like governor material, much less some dipshit, thug-ass, lazy fuck. That dude was a worm.
Yeah, it looked like they picked him out of one of them lines that they were giving away those free crack pipe kids.
Yeah, I just said, it's like, hey, what? But see, this, and, you'd have thought that people would have like learned something from the last time and not let the hate shit, get to them. But oh no, gotta hate Oz so bad because that's Oz. Oh, it's part of the thing. He's part of it. Oh, there you go. And so then you ended up with that. It's like, okay, that dude doesn't even know what he's voting for. So you know damn well that he ain't nothing more than whatever else everybody under him wants done. That's it. This is basically a potato head junior.
Yeah.
The only difference is this one's got a legitimate reason, a medical reason for being this way. The other one's just mentally fucked up.
They both know what the color blue smells like.
I'm just glad we kept Paxton.
Oh man, I mean,
really?
I'm glad. No, I'm glad because I like him. That's how.
Oh, I do too. I thought you said not you.
No, I do. No, Paxton, yes. And in a way, I am for Abbott too, just because we need a pause right now.
I just wish he had a better choice of Abbott because I've looked too much into his background and who he was with way back.
Oh, I would love West, believe it or not. Like if it hadn't have been, like if everything wasn't going as far out as it is, and it was just a state thing, I'd have been all for West.
Yeah.
That would have been a no-brainer. But it's like, okay, see, this is why I say sometimes you just got to pick your fights.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, Abbott's not 100% by any means, but he's not radical, and he's not even trying to dance a line. Yeah, he does some crap, but his crap's even so far down. So he's still Republican, you could say. So, that's what made it, but it's not time for a new face right now. That's my thing with this latest little Trump DeSantis thing. The reason why they're trying to break that up, dude, is because this is the pinnacle. I mean, I'll lay you out a good scheme. So Trump does get 24, but DeSantis has Florida. You have Lake in Arizona. You do have Abbott in Texas. You have some of these other governors that are in place. You now have the better control, and all of a sudden you can kind of do more of a country change to fix things. And
You do know the shit with Trump and DeSantis was a setup. They were both in on it together. They're trying to see who pops up in the middle. So there they are.
Well, this is typical because this is the same thing that goes right in with Charlottesville, or grabbed her by the hoo-ha on the bus shit, or the kids in cages. Here's something. So everybody likes DeSantis. He just kicked their ass, and they can't really say a whole lot because he just smoked them pretty good.
Yeah.
That state, not every way about it. He won his debates. He flipped hardcore stronghold Democratic counties flipped. So yeah, he pretty much said what you got to do is you got to slow the roll, because see, Trump did some good, dude. Every one of his rallies were 10,000 plus. The local races that he backed and shit all really did pretty good. There was actually a good little change on the lower ends. And so that is a serious threat. But if all they got to do is stir that up and then go, oh yeah, which I personally have said it before this, when people used to say, oh, DeSantis needs to run. No, he didn't. And not unless you come up with a valid replacement to hold Florida. Otherwise, you're just throwing it right back to him to go get to a useless seat. That's a key spot, just like Texas. You wouldn't want to give up a state to go get the presidency.
No.
Yeah. But you know how it used to be in the old days. You wanted to figure out who the rat think was around you. You and your tightest brother, when you're not around each other, talk bad about the other and see who jumps on board to it. And then that's how you find out who your assholes are.
Well, and it's like somebody said something about Trump. I hadn't even really read what he said. This dude's, he's not a politician. But him and DeSantis, I can tell you now, DeSantis didn't come out and say something right back then. It wasn't taken the way that everybody wants to see it.
Yeah.
Because DeSantis has got no problem saying what he thinks.
Yep.
So I think he just sees it, and I think he wants to make sure his state, because, dude, in 2 years, look at all the shit that I mean, he just made some hard changes. You don't think they're going to try to get that back? So you wouldn't want to leave that at some fresh new spot in 2 years. Going, okay, you got the governor now. But by the way, there's a wave coming because they're really pissed off because I took these spots last time and they weren't happy with me in the first place. So they're really coming for the state, but you hold them back because I'm going to the White House.
Yeah.
That's why it's like, no, let Trump. Trump's the business dude. He would let him do it. He was there. He did some good shit, dude, with them constantly at his ass. So if you can go ahead and get control and know what you know now, he ought to be able to do some pretty good changes and have backing of governors and shit. That's what you want.
Just see the thing about it, he only had one pinky on the reins and he did all that. Just think we'd had both hands on.
That's what I said. Yep. I mean, dude, he didn't. And Mitch McConnell, it's like, see, those people are exposing themselves. It's like that whole Arizona thing, dude, that Masterson thing. McConnell didn't put shit into there. $0.
Yeah.
He would put it in other ones that lost. But see, he's so anti-Trump too. You got to watch those. That's why I tell people to be easy on that anti-Trump shit because it's so easy to jump on that little train. That's what they want. But there's a reason why they're at him. Oh, that'll be a game changer, dude. Have Perry Lake at Arizona, DeSantis in Florida, Dick Goober boy gets back up there. Because, see, it's like people think, I didn't like Trump, not personally. Personally, he's an arrogant ass.
Yep.
But
I like what he was doing, what he said he's going to do. I wasn't wanting to fuck him, so.
That's it. I didn't need to marry him, man. I don't like your personality, but you're a good business dude, and you need to run this country like a business. So,
JFK, he wasn't no lovable person. He was a whoremonger.
But he did look better.
Yeah, but he did his shit, and he paid for it. So,
but that's what we need to do is get the states more control to tell the government this is how we're doing it here, just like DeSantis did.
Yeah. Oh, I loved it when he stopped the poll watchers, those federal poll watchers.
Yeah.
It's like, nope, don't need you, didn't ask for you.
Yeah, this ain't your place. Get your ass out of my state.
Sure hope he doesn't hold it open now. Oh, that must be your dead guy, huh, Kissoff? First graveyard to the left. See, and it's just like, just in all, I mean, why wouldn't just a rational person just kind of go, wait a minute, what? How come he wasn't taken off the ballot whenever he passed away? You know,
Yeah.
regardless of what your political party is, who gives a shit? I don't give a shit if you have purple, pink hair, if you're even whatever, don't care what. Just a rational person would go, wait a minute. If that dude died, he had a medical examiner. They declared that, did the certificate. That means everybody kind of knew that this dude died. And you let him stay on the ballot for a month and then win the damn thing. Nobody ever thought about taking him off. And you go,
what kind of like-minded people does it take to keep him in office, or they did it anyhow, figuring, okay, he's dead, but okay, we got his buddy over, we'll just put him in his place.
Well, and you're counting ballots and shit, and so how does this go? Like, does the tombstone come out to the podium, and does he have a spokesperson going, well, I'm going to accept it in honor of him? We brought the tombstone in for y'all, but I mean, how does he win an election?
They're probably going by only the early votes. I mean, because how do you? There's no way.
At some point, though, come on, man. You're even a reporter, even people like Sean Handy, that little dipshit dumbass, getting his $1 million salary ought to be smart enough to go. I'm not saying that guy's name on air. You know he's dead, right? Everybody else knows he's dead. I'm not saying his name on air. No. And it's like, no, but they're just, oh, and look at this little screen right here. Look at that. And it's like, that dude's dead, dude. He didn't win shit. He's dead. It's like, shows you how crazy the media is. They don't even pay attention to the shit they're saying. They don't care.
Poor Kissa.
I know she voted for him.
You can be all, those are fighting words.
This guy is fun.
Well, the rain stopped here. Did it rain up there, Chip?
Yeah, I think it stopped finally. I ain't heard it in a while. Earlier, I was even hearing
It's
wind.
pouring down this morning.
Let's see.
Yeah, we got it this morning, but it just went on.
That's more or less what it did here.
Nearest rain's 18 miles away.
Yeah, it just so most of it's all. Matter of fact, it looks like it's, I guess, for the just finished up and
Says it's 40-something degrees out, but it don't feel like it in the house because it's warm in here.
Most of it, everything's northeast of Shreveport or down south by y'all going through Louisiana. So
yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, that whole southern part is where it looks like by the morning it's all out of Louisiana. Yes, ma'am. I think. Oh, let's see. 46 here.
it says 42. So imagine if it don't freeze and I need to do some of them tomatoes. If it does, then they're done. But it's probably cold enough out there for any blossoms that were left dropped.
Mine says 41, but it feels like 34. Tomorrow night's 30s below. Or tonight.
Well, that 32 is what's going to get you because then that'll be that frost.
Mm-hmm.
Because then that dew will freeze.
Yeah, it feels like 36, it says.
I don't think we had enough rain that it'll make ice. But,
No, I just got to shit. That's the next thing, which I need to try to do this book thing next Wednesday. Little book sale recipe thing and stuff. Because I still got to wrap pipes before the freeze that comes in. I got to get under and, or y'all get a kick out of that little journey. We'll go under the house.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So I get the chicken coop. That's the next thing. I was going to work on the ramp. But that chicken coop, I don't know what the hell. But
Night, Raymond.
I'm going to get it done. All right, Ronan.
I can imagine. Especially if it's going to be as wet and cold as they've been saying here in Texas. That's why I don't know that this was all planned like everyone keeps saying. I remember Thanksgiving coming home from my mama's and hitting ice on the little bridges.
Oh, yeah.
So I know it's happened before. It's just been a long time.
That's what does it around here. Will be the little bitty crossover bridges and stuff.
Yeah. I don't know why they make those with, like, it's just slick cement on those little ones. And so, of course, ice is going to build up there, and it's just like hitting a skating rink fast.
Well, see, there's some of that, take a couple of $1 billion instead of sending it to Ukraine. You could actually even have some heated concrete slabs that will be solar powered. So during the wintertime, they would just still maintain above freezing temperatures so they wouldn't freeze over. You could actually afford to do that.
That's what I was wondering with those. You know how we're talking about making the roads out of the recycled tires? Did you ever see that?
I remember talking about it.
Does ice build up on those, I wonder?
Oh. I don't know.
You get enough moisture, it'll build up on anything.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, but being rubber based might still maintain flex to keep it from creating.
Right. If you made it where it had a give, so when the cars drove over it, it would break it up.
Yeah, it would always keep it broken up.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't build you a thing rescue. We can drive your zero turn up or hit these two things, jack it up, and just drive that coupe around where you want it and set it down.
Hey, I tell you what, a couple years ago, if I hadn't sold my welder during my survival time period, then
you'd have been on it, huh?
Oh yeah, I done sold over half my shit during that first year and a half.
Yeah, after I got hurt, I got rid of a lot of stupid shit, and then I moved out here.
Well, it was just fighting. It was survival on my disability because all of a sudden it's like, bam, just cut off, and then I got to keep doing it. I had to keep filling up the same shit 4 times, and it's
it took me 3 years.
Ended up with a hearing, went off on that judge because I'm like, I fill out the same thing. At what point? Who is dropping the ball? I mean, how many times do I write this? And apparently nobody's reading because now you're asking me questions like you haven't seen any of this.
Yeah, some idiots work for the state in Louisiana thought that I should have been able to have some job to be able to perform somewhere with 100% disability that I'd be able to lay, sit, stand, or walk at any given time, be able to deal with people with a bad attitude because of pain, take narcotics, and when there was some other couple of things added to it too. And each time this people come back, well, with this job under this circumstance, and this job under this circumstance, and this job he could do this under that. She goes, if he's got all these circumstances, we add them all together, what kind of job could he do? Well, there's no way he could have any kind of job under all them circumstances. And she goes, well, why didn't you put that together? Well, you didn't ask me to.
Whatever was on there just went off.
I had a nurse apparently write this whole shit saying the same thing about me, and it's like, and I told that judge going, and she doesn't even know what I look like. She doesn't talk to me. She doesn't know the sound of my voice. What she's hearing right now is the first time she's ever heard. And it was like, really? And I said, yes, sir. And he asked her, and she said, well, yes, sir. But I looked at the file, and I go, see that? I said, how? And so then it was over then. He goes, okay, never mind, I'm sorry. And by my name, and then that was that. And then I was approved. But yeah, it's like I lost 3/4 of my shit because I'm having to fucking pay. You gotta still maintain the shit. So it's like, okay, little boy trailers, welders, tools, that storage box, that toolbox. It's like one thing after another.
You got to fight to get something back that you voluntarily, supposedly paid in all these years, and you have to fight to get it. But if you do somebody else in some other circumstance, they just give it to you because.
Oh, I actually said that very thing, Chuck. That was part of my little spiel to that, Chuck. I said, Your Honor, I sat here and I paid this in. And I'm having to come all the way to where now I have a hearing with you before I can get access to money that I paid in. But my daughter My daughter can go right down there, walk in that little office and say, oh, and all of a sudden she walks out and my granddaughter has Medicare, Medicaid. She has food stamps. She has a housing voucher.
Wow.
And I said, and never ask a question. Just there you go. And I said, how is this right?
Yeah.
The most racist shit I ever heard in my life when I was at the Social Security office, they told me I was the wrong flavor. What that has to do with anything, I have no clue.
Yeah. You sit here and you pay in, and then you just look at the simplicity. Oh, do you want to be part of the system? You want food stamps? You want housing? Okay, well, here, just all you got to do is fill out this couple papers one time and done deal. Oh, wait, you mean you've been humping it for, 40, 45 years? Oh, well, no. Okay. Well, hold on now. You want to use that money? Well, here, fill this out. Well, I don't know if I could quite understand that. Fill that out again. Well, I don't know. That didn't fill it out again. Well, no, fill that out again. We're going to have to really think about this. We need to have a hearing. It's like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on here? This can't really be happening. And it's like, oh, yeah, it's really happening. I'm like, so I can just go down here and get on food stamps and not even think about my Social Security. And I'd be told, I'm sure I'd give up my house and shit. I'd be down here in HUD housing, which is a damn joke in itself.
Yes.
Income-based rent just means that this is the way we can keep you here.
You know what? And that's what doesn't make any sense to me at all. If you live in an income-based housing, when am I going to stay? So this year, they're giving you a Social Security raise. And so if she was to get food stamps also, say, okay, so because of that Social Security raise, her rent goes up and the food stamps goes down. And tell me how that raise helped her in any way whatsoever.
She lost money because of it.
Yes, so that's why the elderly and disabled that live in those income housing, the housing authorities, any of those, they don't like to see that raised because it's just going to mess them all up.
Well, it's not even the elderly, too. It's your typical HUD housing. That's the whole basis of it. It's like, okay, so you're a single mom, you have a kid, you're having a tough time, you want to go to school and try to get together. Okay, cool. Hey, the state's going to help you. We got this housing thing, but you go sign up there, and what happens is you go to school. Well, then you end up with your part-time job. Oh, well, wait, you're making how much now? Oh, well, okay, you need to pay at least in this much rent. Oh, wow. Well, then, okay, now you graduate and you get your full-time job. Oh, wow, you got a full-time job now. Oh, wow, you make what? Okay, now you pay this much rent. So there's never the gap where that they can take that and then save it and then go move out. So
it's never a cushion where you can advance yourself.
No, it's not designed that way. It's designed to go into there and you stay there. It's a sand pit.
Yep.
Yeah, and this whole and like the raise in Social Security, it's it's a laughable joke. It's the $15 an hour minimum wage. If they just up and went $15 an hour minimum wage, there you go. Everybody's lifestyle is fixing to take a drastic change to where, guess what? It's going to end up when the dust settles to just like we are right now.
Yeah.
You're not going to notice that. That's why we pay $11 for a burger and fries and a freaking drink now. It wasn't that way 20 years ago.
That $15 an hour would kill people like me and you and Bonnie because we're on disability.
Oh yeah, well then the
price everything could go up, but our money wouldn't.
Well, see, that's what they didn't even. I don't know. That's why it's not even feasible, and that's why I try to tell I go, man, I wish I had the camera set up because when that was all kind of going on, I really wanted to take a travel a little path down through this town down here, and just kind of film it and go, now break this down for you. demographically. That store right there employs 7 people. The 4 people that work in the front make $8.50 an hour. So they won't exist anymore when the other ones now get 15. And just you do that store to store to store and realize close. And it's like, so what do you got left? And then when you go, well, but you got the Walmarts and you got the bigger ones, really? Because who can go to those when these are all out unemployed? What, do you think because they don't make money, now they have it to go spend there? Nope. But then everybody runs to the city for that government help.
None of ours are paying 15 an hour. Not the Dollar General, not the Dairy Queen, not the grocery store. None of them. Subway.
Well, hopefully that's one of the things that can get rolled back if the ship can get uprighted some at 24.
Yeah.
There can be another big ass stack of executive orders to start undoing shit.
Yep. I saw an article today where they're already secretly planning how this is going to go, and I'm like, are you kidding me?
They want people to lose any encouragement, any momentum, any drive.
Yep.
You know, I'll say hope, but people show up. There's power. It's we the people. And I said that before. That's where that whole thing comes. That's why it's big bold letters on that document. We the people type thing, because this is a mental game. If the media's saying it, think the opposite.
Yeah. But how do we? That's what I keep saying. We have to show up in numbers, and I'm not saying violently at all in any way, just appearance. I mean, okay, like Texas is red. If we could get everybody to the Capitol at a certain day and time, this is what we want. Have your list. This is what we don't want. Have your list. With that, I don't know, it just seems like there's something we should be doing. And that's what I'm saying. I'm just going to get my scrawny butt down to the courthouse and just start talking and just start seeing if anybody shows up and this is what's going on, this is what's going on, this is what's going on. Are y'all happy with this? Say something. Do something.
Make you a flyer. Cheap way to do it. Paper and ink at home. Walk around and go anywhere you can go. That like Walmart, you have to have permission to go flyer them. But any other places, small businesses, whatever, walk through and have them folded up and stick them on windshields, hand them out to people. One way to get it around.
Yeah.
Well, you go to, like, if it's a small town, almost of them have this little, there's a certain coffee shop, there's a certain something where the older bunch goes and kind of hangs out, and that's kind of your court. Well, see, you start there, and I've tried to say this before, because a lot of people have the same idea. It's just a delivery approach, and so maybe that's some of it, because I know that that's what I kind of had to do back in the Portland days, and trying to get people to understand what was happening up there, because there was such a disconnect, and it was like, what? That's no. So instead of, like, I didn't get loud with them. I just started just dropping little things and going, well, I don't know. You just thinking, all I can say is look at the time of that and then watch this. And then, you just kind of like to slowly let them, because see, then they're going to have their circle of people. That's why you don't push it so hard. Just if you can affect one person, you can affect more than one, because they're going to have a circle.
That's true.
So you just figure out, and it's just like if somebody's kind of pissed off at the gas pump, well, don't just do the little snarky, who caused that? Because see, that's just, then they just go, oh, that's political. Kind of go, I know, man. And not just the tax bill, but look at the other money that's been spent over here. or hey, look at this, something that maybe is local that'll kind of, trigger.
Mm-hmm.
The math thing, my wife had heard me talk about that before, but she finally caught a story and heard it on her own. And I was listening to it, she goes, wow, that's really, but see, I'm local for her. And she didn't see it. So she knew that I wasn't like bullshitting her. She was just like, wow, I can't believe they're doing that. Well, then she saw that it wasn't a they're doing it. It's a they are doing this. It just hasn't reached here. Because there was that whole new math shit and why 2 + 2 can be 5.
Yeah.
And it was like, wait, what? And it's like, yes. Well, see, you go out and go, hey, you won't believe this batshit crazy, but do you know that they're trying to say 2 + 2 = 5? You want them to teaching your kid that shit? You don't want to teach it. Well, see, unless that's already somebody you already know and to talk to, they're going to just be like, oh. So you just got to go, hey, man, that's Secretary of Education talking about how now 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. And, that's too decisive. And how can you do math that way? Just shit like that. Well, it gets people thinking.
Yeah.
And that's what you need. You need to be able to slow down because the media, man, I wish you could take over a TV station kind of thing.
Yes. That would be amazing. That's what.
Because if you could put the facts of shit, like, here you go, this is on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off. Oh, I guarantee you'd have 200+ million Americans pissed off and be wanting to go, no. But I said that before. CNN and all that shit, they play in all these stations and all the doctor offices and all the little mall places and all the waiting rooms. So that's the message that keeps getting put out. It's like right now, that's why people are like, oh man, the Republicans didn't really do so good. And it's like, they did a lot better than what you think. The media is just not fixing to tell you that.
No. Snafu does have a friend that I don't know if he owns it or works at a radio station in Austin. I'll have to look that up and see what it was.
There you go. Yeah, I actually knew a guy in town that had a radio station. I might want to reach out to him. Hell, I might could.
There you go.
Do some little nightly radio show.
Even if
they've had 3 or 4 times already. He's had jump out boys show up at his place because of terrorism threats.
Do what now, Chuck?
Tim Pool. He's had like 3 or 4 or 5 times had jump out boys show up there, different ABCs.
Oh.
And they come in thinking that it's some kind of terrorist act, and then the one time
Yep. Man, I was listening to somebody talk about him the other day, and I was like, man, you don't really know Tim Pool, because they were like, yeah, Tim Pool got his start on YouTube and stuff, back in the day, and it was like, no. It's like, he was started way back with that whole Wall Street shit and stuff, and then he actually covered a bunch of overseas shit for the Vice.
He did his shit on the ground in the face of some fucked up shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta say, I don't watch him too much hardly anymore, because I just started noticing that sometimes he does the same thing like the media. He takes some little headline story and he repeats that without looking into it. I came across a couple of those and I was like, you made me where I can't trust what you say.
You notice it's been that way too ever since these shit started showing up, threatening him and stuff too. So I don't know if he did like Alex Jones and easing up and they're paying him off, or if he's scared to go too far.
Well, he makes a pretty good little chunk of change too. He's got a good lick going. He knows it. He's set the rhythm. I think he's trying to do just like a Crowder. Crowder did the same thing. He's a stand-up comedian. He worked for Fox, news, but he couldn't really wants to try to do it outright. But it's like Crowder has his own little spin to his way.
Yeah,
he's pretty factual. The one thing I will say about Crowder is that whenever he goes to make those statements, he makes sure that on his website that there's the article that he's referring to or whatever it is, that it's a factual kind of thing, so you can kind of double check his that. I like that because I kind of like the receipts, especially nowadays, the way they just make shit up on the fly.
I'm really glad you gave me that idea. The radio station. We actually have one even closer to me, and it's a German settler community.
If you got into something like that, it'd be a good thing for your flyer thing to put on there that you talk at certain times about certain things. And
Yeah, and I have a close friend that works there. She lives right up the road.
Nightly Bonnie show.
And that's funny because I had thought about, do you remember the little old lady that they would ask her questions on the TV and she would give the snarliest answer she could?
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. But I gotta say, you could have a cool show though. You could have Texas Blue Bonnets with Bonnie. And then you could just discuss the facts.
That's true. Maybe that's my backup channel. Shouldn't think about that.
I will say this time's a little different because this time there's no judges going around legislative body type things and that kind of shit. This is just going to be based off of the mud in the game. It's why were those down? Well, what do you mean? Would you count? What did you count? Well, so it's a little. I don't know. I ain't throwing in the town on this one.
why these people come out of your facility and go to this box, and why are they taking pictures of these obscene ballots that they're stuffing in there real quick, and then they came back to your facility? What's that all about?
Yeah, a lot more people were watching shit this time. Yeah, a lot more questions. Well, see, and they can't, because the other time kind of caught people by surprise in a way, for the most part, because I don't think we're prepared for some of the shenanigans. But then some of it was also even some higher up shenanigans, like state Supreme Courts kind of just overruling, saying no. They can go ahead regardless of what the legislators say. And it's like, no, that's not right, but it happened. Well, see, none of that shit. That's the kind of stuff I think that got fixed last time. A lot of that Secretary of State shit. Matter of fact, that's why old Hobgoblin over there in Arizona was trying to hide from her because, see, they asked her to, what's the damn word? Pull herself out, basically.
Concede.
Well, no, not on the election side, but whenever you don't have a conflict of interest, step down or whatever. Because she's Secretary of State. So it's like, well, it doesn't sound very fair and balanced if you're running for this and you're running that at the same time. That's kind of shitty.
Right.
And anyway, yeah, I forgot what the technical name is, but it's like standing down, and yeah, she didn't agree to do that. So, but see, her behavior, you can only go so far if people see, because if there's so many people that know what they just went and voted for, you're not going to be able to do what you did before. See, before, people were confused. They're like, oh, well, I don't know, did it not? there's been so much communication this time around. So there's bigger networks of people that go, oh no, I know,
Yes.
this neighborhood, I know they vote. Oh, I know. Well, it ain't gonna fly. They're trying.
Well, did you see?
Oh, sorry, Bonnie.
Sorry. Did you see the sheriffs around Maricopa? The fencing, the sheriffs, the
barriers, the fencing, the cones, it looked like a military base.
Yeah. Where?
Maricopa, Arizona.
Huh.
I don't know if you guys remember it. 2 years ago, that one woman, and she was like mayor of this town. She was the coroner of this town, and also the fire inspector, or whatever you call the fire marshal. And everybody's like, well, that's too many jobs and too much conflict to be able to do all that. Plus, that's a job for a person. How can one person be able to maintain 3 jobs?
Yep.
Well, yeah, we got one of those. He owns like half the town, and so he's on city council and the board for the tax where you pay your property taxes. So because he can't be more than that, I guess, then his employee is on city council and planning and zoning. So it's like, I'm sorry, this really sounds like a conflict of interest to me when you own everything. Of course, all this is to your advantage.
Yep.
And so that's one of the things that I'm trying to trickle out there for these younger people to go and battle, because I've got too much going on with Mom to really dig into it. But I would love to. It would be an interesting. They probably would run me out of here then.
Yeah, that's good news because she said more people voted there than lived there. They go to court on Monday, and if they remove all those, then that would be Doug Mastriano would win. See, and then that'd be a score.
Yeah, that whatever their population is, you can't have more voters in population.
No.
That's it. And it just, people just gotta stay, and it's not hopium, it's just you're
staying vigilant to what's going on.
There's a good word, vigilant.
And you want to know your candidates before you vote them. And that's what I was kind of doing last minute, because there was a few was like, wait, who is this person and what are they for?
Why are you getting up?
Because I'm tired.
You're yawning too.
I am too. I went in there. They got them bowl TV dinners by Banquet. I was with at the store earlier, and I got these with chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes, white gravy, and green beans all in the bowl. That little sucker was awesome, but now it make my eyes heavy. I just ate it.
You got a full tummy.
Super One, I told her earlier. If you ain't got your turkey yet, Super One, if you spend $25, you can get 57 cents a pound turkey there.
Or if you go to Kroger and spend $100 in groceries, you get one free.
Oh, I don't have either one of those.
You don't have a Kroger or a...
Walmart has honey.
Got a Berkshires and a HEB.
Huh?
Got a Berkshires and a HEB.
Oh, I love HEB.
The HEB had something going. I can't remember what it was, but I didn't want to drive all the way to Carthage.
HEB's got them big family packs, and that's what I need.
Walmart has 97-cent honeysuckle and $1.18 butterball.
Yeah. And HEB does those meal deals. I love HEB too.
I do too.
I got $1.13 a can chicken noodle soup.
I remember them damn things were 25 cents.
I wanted to get a little 10-pound turkey, put it out here on this little damn Orion smoker grill thing I got. I want to see what a 3-hour turkey looks like.
There you go. Oh, she said Doug posted a message, buckle up. Yeah, but he'll go down swinging. So there'll be something coming out.
Yeah.
It's just easy to get on negative. Stay on positive. Start working on shit around the house. By me, that's hell. I can't afford to get negative shit. I gotta still try to figure out some freaking goofy ass chicken coop. I don't know what I was thinking. Made that thing so big, but I'll figure it out. I gotta get some next week. I'm gonna get some bolts, different assortment of some bolts.
You get Carl to build you get him to give you a blueprint on how you can make a tent like thing out there that you can work around it by sewing tarps together. And put you a damn heater out there.
Ooh, I almost dropped my drink.
Well, hell, y'all, we've been on here 5 hours. Rescue's yawning. Bonnie sounds like she is. I am.
Yep.
People
slowing
out.
Yep. I'm out of here then. Chat. Y'all have a good one. I might see y'all tomorrow or the next day or whatever. Make it a good weekend.
We all need to start hanging out on each other's chat.
Yeah. It's good talking to you, Rescue. Chuck. I enjoyed it.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me up, Chuck. I appreciate it.
That's fine. You're welcome anytime, dude. Good night, everybody. Much love. Thanks for coming.
Night, y'all.
Good night.
Love you and God